This is a test of the City of Palatka audio system.
I'm just waiting for.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Palatka's November 18th, 2021 Commission meeting. At this time, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We will have our invocation. Pastor Alonzo Mulberry, chaplain of the City of Palatka, and we will have the Pledge of Allegiance led by the coaches of the Palatka Panthers, Pop Warner squad, Coach Brandon Teal, subsequently, just after the invocation. Everyone, please stand at this time.
Father, we thank you once again for this day. We give you glory, we give you praise, and we give you honor. We thank you for allowing us to come together once again. As we come together to do the business of the city, God, we pray for your directives and your guidance. Guide the mind and hearts of your people. Give us, Lord, what to do and how to do, what to say and how to say it. And Father, we have to be so ever careful to give your word the name to praise. The glory and the honor belongs to you. In Jesus' name we pray, thank God. Amen and amen.
If you join the coaches in the pledge.
The flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, guys. Thank you to Pastor Mulberry and thank you to the coaches. Roll call, please.
Mayor Terrell Hill,
Here.
Commissioner Tammy McCaskill. Here. Commissioner Justin Campbell.
Present.
Commissioner Will Jones. And Commissioner Rufus Boren.
Present.
All present and accounted for, Mayor.
We have a quorum. Thank you. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes from our October 28th meeting?
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Is there any unreadiness? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, public recognition and presentations. We're going to start out with employee recognitions, life-saving awards, Palatka Police Department, life-saving awards. At this time, Chief Shaw, would you come forward?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. First, I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity to be able to recognize these wonderful gentlemen. It's not very often that we get the opportunity to do public recognition in a positive manner. So with this being said, this opportunity coming forward, we were enlightened to be able to not only present these two to you, present the award, but to share a little about what they did. In October, the Palatka Police Department received a call in reference to a possible overdose. When officers arrived, they encountered a subject not responding to verbal or physical stimulus. Officer Plyman had his department issue Narcan on this person and administered a dose to the subject. As the other officers arrived, a second dose was administered by Officer Threadford. The subject became just a little more active. When first responders or first rescue personnel arrived, the subject was still not responding too well. He was placed in a recovery position and continued sternum stimulus was given. A short time later, paramedics arrived and began to assess the situation. The subject then began to communicate with verbal and other physical by snorting. The subject was told or mentioned afterwards he had snorted fentanyl. Medical staff on scene advised that if officers did not administer Narcan, the subject would surely have not made it. The subject was taken to the emergency room via ambulance and further medical treatment. We would like to recognize these officers, Officer Plyman, Eric Plyman, and Officer Douglas Threadford, by awarding them the Palatka Police Department's Life-Saving Award. The award reads, in recognition of your providing emergency care in the face of potential overdose, the Palatka Police Department would like to award the life-saving awards to Officer Plyman and Officer Threadford. We thank you for your courage. Just a little bit more about that day. I'm not sure if most of you knew, this day was the day we did trunk or treat. So our response for everything that was going on down there and what we had to get through was on point. It was very good. And their training kicked in and they did exactly what they were supposed to do. So I was extremely proud of everything that we had to go through and how the outcome came. So congratulations and I thank you.
We can do better for our heroes. Let's give them another round of applause. Any comments from the commission? Any comments at this time from the commission?
Just want to thank those officers again for their hard work and hard efforts during these most difficult times. Thank you so much for your courage.
Next up is Student of the Month. Student of the Month for the month of November. Commissioner Jones is with me this month. So just before we get started, Commissioner Jones, you got any words for us?
I just would like to congratulate all of the students for the hard work and dedication they have, and the parents in the classroom and outside the classroom. Continue to be outstanding students and citizens.
Thank you for those words. Now for Student of the Month, there's a quick disclaimer that we have every month. The disclaimer is that I'm going to mess up at least 3 of these names. And so we will try not to mess them up, but if we do, blame it on my head and not my heart. So as we go through Student of the Month for November 2021, Commissioner Campbell will be quick to correct me because he knows most of the students. And so we're going to start out right now with our Student of the Month. Brown and Pierce Elementary School, Emily Nelson. Children's Reading Center Charter School, Easton McKinnon. Hillcrest Academy, Kirsten Clayberger. James A. Long Elementary School, Cayman Holden. Kelly Smith Elementary School, Mia Kate Sapp. Mellon Learning Center, Caden Lemelin. Mellon Learning Center, K through 12, Sierra Hickey. A picture on the water taxi. From William Mosley Elementary School, Nigel Nesbitt. From Palatka Junior Senior High School, Justice Curry. And our Baptist Academy, Callie Stetcher. Putnam Academy of Arts and Sciences, Faith George. And from Putnam Edge High School, Zakiria Jackson. George, we have one of our students present, right? Where's George? Come on up so we can see you. Congratulations. So for everyone, we're gonna go back live next month for Student of the Month. This will be the last month that we do it virtually. But first and foremost, I want to make sure we thank a special group of folks who are in Zoom land with us right now, and that's our educators. And our educators work tirelessly with these children every day that they're in school, and they sacrifice so much, and they hardly ever get the thank you that they deserve. And so we want to make sure right now we take time out to say thank you to our educators for the work that they do with our young people. Let's give them a round of applause. The next group that we want to say thank you to are the parents and extended family members, neighbors, and friends who are assembled on Zoom as well. For our young recipients of our Student of the Month, we want to thank you because it truly takes a village to raise a child. Let's give them a round of applause. And so the last thing we want to do is Casey Griffith. Casey Griffith, where are you? Hey, we want to make sure we give you special recognition. Say thank you. Hey, we got all the educators in this room. Stand up for me right quick. So we're gonna give you a We've got 3 on the dais as well, really 5. But we want to thank you guys. But more than anything else, we want to thank our young people. And every time we do Student of the Month, I recite the same thing that I learned 41 years ago as a 3rd grader. And that's a little longer than Commissioner Campbell's been living. But in 3rd grade with Miss Green, we started every day out, and Commissioner McCaskill, you can attest to it. We started every day out by saying, I am somebody. If my mind can conceive it and my heart can believe it, I know I can achieve it because I am somebody. You guys are somebody great. You're destined for greatness. We're so proud of you, and we love you from the bottom of our hearts from the city of Palatka. And we look forward to you being the leaders of tomorrow. So again, we just want to give a round of applause to our Student of the Month. And this concludes our Student of the Month services for this month, and all other recognitions for kids are going to be canceled until next football season. So I've got another group of young people that we want to recognize. And it's been, if you guys remember, at our last meeting, we recognized the Palatka High School 1981 state championship team. It was their 40th year anniversary of winning a state championship. So it's been 40 years since they won a football state championship. And I was probably about the same age as many of those guys are sitting here with these jerseys on in this room. But we want to make sure that we recognize some champions of our own. In the Putnam League, I'm going to ask the coaches to come forward first at this time. So in our 10U Pot Warner division, we've got some champions of our own. And we want to make sure that we recognize our young people. They went undefeated all season. They had a tough loss in the playoffs, but we're looking for them to bring home the championship next year with more agility, more speed, more strength, and better grades, right? So at this time, we're gonna do a special recognition of the team. And as I call you, we'll have you come up center and pick up your award. Number 35, Jared Curry. All right, just stay up front. Everybody stay up front. We're gonna slide you over to the, once you take your picture, we'll slide you back over to the right. Just take your picture. Come on. Yeah, help me out, Kim. Number 32, Steve Davis. Number 9, Nolan Irwin. Number 4, Jaden Esau. Number 8, Timothy Gagan. First person I heard cheer for themselves. Number 5, Bodie Green. All right, this guy looks like Bodie. Number 12, Bryce Green. All right, number 23, Luke Griffith. Luke isn't here. He looks like Jeff. Number 29, Jaquan Jackson. Number 30, Jacob Miller. Number 10, Branson Moore. Put him on this side. Number 45, Jaden Peoples. Number 1, Jaden Perry. On that side, Jaden. Number 24, Ryan Robbins. Number 22, Hunter Sadler. Ryan over here. He looks like Hunter. Number 55, Justin Sadler. Number 58, Clayton Shivers. I got 2. Number 7, Clayton Shivers, the 4th. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say y'all brothers. Number 19, Preston Smith. Number 88, Angel Torres. All right, number 21, Grady Yeomans. Number 11, Jackson Young. Hey, Jackson, there's a wall at the end of this. Head coach, Brandon Teal. Assistant coach, James Green. And assistant coach, Donnie Esau. All right, guys. Coach Teal, you got any words for us? Guys, hold up for me.
Is it on?
Yes, sir.
I just want to say congratulations, guys. Because we couldn't do it without you guys. This is a special group of kids. We started out with 12 kids never played football before. And it's an amazing feat to go undefeated for the whole season. And we can't wait to do it again next season. So give them a round of applause. Let's go, guys. I got one more thing. Hey, and to the parents, we couldn't do it without y'all with the support and the commitment. I want to thank y'all too. Appreciate it.
All right. I had an opportunity to talk to these guys a little earlier, so I'm going to let the commissioners start out. If you got anything you want to say to these young people.
Congratulations, guys. The excitement that you all brought into this commission room is totally contagious. I'm so proud of you guys and looking forward to our next season. Way to go.
I just want to congratulate each and every one of you guys for the hard work and effort that you put in. You see just how much it paid off for you guys. A number of you guys are new to the sport, and some of you guys are experienced. So together, you guys playing together and being unselfish, that's always a way to come out a winner. And then you take that same attitude in the classroom. It's all right.
Mr. Jones.
I just want to say thank you to the parents and the coaches, and you wonderful players for the season that you guys have had. And your enthusiasm today make me look forward to this meeting. You know, it goes 3 hours, and I was kind of like lagging coming in late, but you guys have got me pumped up. Let's go, all right?
Listen, I don't know what he's talking about a 3-hour meeting, but I am excited to have you all here. I can tell your energy here was enough, so I can imagine you all on the field. Kudos. We look forward to you next year. To the coaches, thank you for your commitment. A lot of times, just you alone being in the presence of these young men are taking them in the right direction. To the parents, thank you for having your youth involved in the sports here in Palatka. And again, just thank you to everyone. Kudos. See you all next year.
Mr. Holmes.
Let's go.
Mr. Holmes, you got any comment? Hold up, guys. Hold up, guys. Hold up. Mr. Holmes. Hey, so the team granddaddy's over here. Jackson's granddaddy just happens to be our city manager. And so we get a report every week about what goes on in the games. And so for commissioners who haven't met you, they feel like they know you because we get a report every week and he's probably as excited as you guys are. So before we leave, we talked a little bit about two things. So hard work and teamwork. So let me get a hard work and teamwork before we leave. Hard work, teamwork. Hard work, teamwork. Congratulations, guys. No, these meetings will never be the same. Let's take a 2-minute break so we can clear out. All right. Next up, we back on? We're going to go ahead and reconvene. Next up is our proclamation for Hospice and Palliative Care Month, November 2021. We have our representatives from hospice here. Come on up. And the proclamation reads as follows.
Whereas home care, palliative care, and hospice services provide for an individual's health and social needs across the continuum of life, serving expecting mothers, infants, children, adults, individuals with disabilities, the elderly, and providing love, comfort, and support at the end of life. And whereas these high-quality care services are delivered by an interdisciplinary team of skilled professionals and trained volunteers, including physicians, nurses, social workers, therapists, counselors, home health aides, spiritual care providers, and more. And whereas each year hospice saves Medicare more than $2 billion while providing solutions for physicians' care to patients and comfort to families. Research indicates that timely access to hospice and palliative care can decrease hospitalizations and emergency room visits and increase the quality of life for patients and family caregivers. And whereas home care, palliative care, and hospice enable Florida citizens to receive quality health and social services in their own home, surrounded by family and friends. These services support families by easing the caregiver burden and helping to avoid the cost of institutional care. And whereas home care, palliative care, and hospice build upon a strong tradition of compassion and strive to keep families together while preserving an individual's independence and dignity in the comfort of his or her home. Now, therefore, I, Carol O. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim November 2021 as Home Care, Hospice, and Palliative Care Month in the City of Palatka. And we encourage our citizens to learn more about the options of care and to share their wishes with their family, their loved ones, and their healthcare professionals. I witness where I'm hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed the seal of the City of Palatka this 18th day of November in the year of our Lord 2021.
So move.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Let's give a round of applause.
Thank you, and I do appreciate the opportunity again to come this year and receive the proclamation on behalf of Haven Hospice. We do have some representatives in the audience too. I would like to point out. Look at him, he's like, Mr. Martinez,
Manny Martinez.
Mr. McLean, and our newest Community Advisory Board, Mr. Shaw. So I thank them for their support and helping our organization. And I appreciate the opportunity again to come and accept the proclamation.
Thank you, and thank you, gentlemen, for serving.
Thank you.
Okay, congratulations. Next up is our Thanksgiving proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas on Thanksgiving Day, we remember with reverence and gratitude the bountiful blessings afforded to us by our Creator, and we recommit to sharing in a spirit of thanksgiving and generosity with our friends, neighbors, and families. And whereas nearly 4 centuries ago, determined individuals with the hopeful vision of a more prosperous life and an abundance of opportunities made a pilgrimage to a distant land. These pilgrims embarked on their journey across the Atlantic Ocean at great personal risk, facing unforeseen trials and tribulations and unforetold hardships during their passage. After their arrival in the New World, a harsh and deadly winter took the lives of nearly half of their population. Those who survived remained unwavering in their faith and foresight of a future rich with liberty and freedom, enduring every impediment as they established one of our nation's first settlements. Through God's divine providence, a meaning relationship was forged with the Wampanoag tribe, and through their unwavering resolve and resilience, the Pilgrims enjoyed a bountiful harvest the following year. The celebration of this harvest lasted 3 days and saw the Pilgrims and the Wampanoag seated together at the table of friendship and unity. That first Thanksgiving provided an enduring symbol of gratitude that is uniquely sewn into the fabric of our American spirit. And whereas since the first settlers to call our country home landed on American shores, we have been defined by our resilience and propensity to show gratitude even in the face of great adversity, always remembering the blessings we have been given in spite of the hardships we endure. This Thanksgiving, as we pause and acknowledge those who will have empty seats at their table, we ask the Creator to watch over our service members, especially those whose selfless commitment to serving our country and defending our sacred liberty has called them to duty overseas during the holiday season. We also pray for our law enforcement officials and first responders as they carry out their duties to protect and serve our communities. As a community, we owe a debt of gratitude to both those who take an oath to safeguard us in our way of life, as well as to their families, and we salute them for their immeasurable sacrifices. And whereas in the midst of all the chaotic events in our nation and around the world, we are reminded that security and liberty continue in our nation only because of the Creator's loving care. United together as one people, in gratitude for the freedoms and prosperity that thrive across our land, we ask the Creator for protection and wisdom and for opportunities this Thanksgiving to share with others some measure of what we've been so provincially received. And whereas, let us give thanks to our Creator for our countless blessings we enjoy. We are able to wake each morning and exercise the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, to worship freely and openly, and to go through each day without fear for our lives. And whereas, furthermore, with freedom comes the responsibility for obedience to God and His commands, and we bend our knees to ask the Creator to revive and uphold godliness in the lives of men and women in our nation and community. With grateful hearts, we praise God for His long suffering, His kindness, His mercy, and His goodness. Now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim November 25th, 2021 as Thanksgiving Day in the City of Palatka. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka this 18th day of November in the year of our Lord, 2021.
So move.
Motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. We're going to give our Thanksgiving proclamation to our city attorney, Valeria Thomas. We are truly grateful and thankful in and out of season and through difficult times. So again, thank you very much for all you do. And we want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Let's give a round of applause. Next up is public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. Anyone here wishing to speak during public comment, you can fill out a yellow speaker's card, which is located to my left in the back of the room just before the door. If you are in Zoom land, you can dial 386-329-0100 extension 0, and your comments will be logged. We have a few people who are here for general public comment. If you're here for a specific item, please mark the item on the agenda that you wish to speak about. At this time, we will open the floor for public comment. First up, under general public comment, Mr. Sam Carr. As you address the podium, as you come forward to the podium, please give your name and address for the record so that we'll have that information.
And my address is 108 Riverside Drive, Satsuma, Florida. And so I'm here today to report on our 2021 Bartram Frolic on the St. John's, which occurred November the 1st through the 5th on the riverfront. And I want to extend a great thank you to the city of Palatka and especially to Eddie, Aaron, Toby, and Jermaine and Jason for making it happen for us. We invited 800 second grade students and teachers to participate in the 2021 edition of the Frolic. And it was a combined effort from the Putnam County School District, the Bartram Trail Society of Florida, St. John's River Keeper, and of course, the St. John's River Center as our host. We had 130 people on Monday. We had 150 on Tuesday. We had 140 again on Wednesday. Thursday was 150. And Friday we had to cancel. Remember that storm that came through? It was really bad. So we got wise and canceled that thing. Since the Bartram Trail Society began doing this in 2017, we have brought 2,889 second graders to the riverfront here in Palatka. We put every single one of them. Thank you. We put every single one of them in the pride of Palatka. And we estimate that over half of the students had never been on a boat on the St. Johns River before. So this was their first exposure to the St. Johns. And as successful as it's been, the Putnam County School District has incorporated the passport to the past and the education process that we present to the kids as part of their second grade curriculum. And they're working on a similar deal with the fifth graders. So we'll be doing something not only for second grade, but for the fifth grade as well in future years. And the passport to the past, which I gave you all a copy of it, is part of the curriculum. It has all been part of the the school department's education standards and all. We have a great time this year. The kids were better behaved than usual, and I don't know why, but we just didn't have any problems at all. We appreciate the city accommodating us. We didn't use the River Center. We were outside of the River Center the entire time, and we set up our tents. We did use the River Center for storage after the thing was over with, but a frolicking great time was had by all, and we had a wonderful time doing it. So thank you for the city for participating with us. Okay.
Next up, Ms. Joyce Williams.
My name is Joyce Williams, address 1523 Oak Street, and we were back with the sewer problem. I gave the
City manager.
yes, my phone number and name, but I haven't gotten a phone call yet of what's going to happen, if they're going to check on what's going on and what needs to happen. But far as the house is concerned, I know last year at the end of the year, we had all our plumbing up under the house. The old stuff was removed and put all new plumbing. So it's not coming from my house. And I would like to know, that I was told that from one of the city workers when he came out to work, that they had never changed the sewer line on that street. And that's not the only house. It's another young lady that was here the last time when I was here. And she lived right behind Reverend Flagg's house, Toya. And she was saying that she's having the same problem of stuff coming up in her sink and in her bathroom.
I spoke to him.
And so I don't know, how long we have to wait until they start working to at least and see if they have a line down there. So when they were working that day, when I had to call them to come out and clean the thing out in the middle of the road and all, well, I called one of your commissioners, Commissioner Jones, to come out to see for himself. This is what we have to go through. So I'm hoping that something can be done because no one wants to, go through this all the time. It's not happening now right at the moment because they've cleaned it out. And this time they bought 2 big trucks instead of 1 to be on 15th Street and on 16th Street, which I guess they should have been doing all along, but something is not right with the line. I don't know if there's a line there, or it's just, it's broken or whatever. So I just wanted to let them know that I will be coming up and, voicing my opinion on what needs to, all they have to do is go out there and see what's going on in the line.
We appreciate you coming and updating us.
All right.
Mr. Holmes, you got any update for us?
No, I apologize. I called the other young lady back and was told that the problem had resolved itself, but I should have called her to make sure it resolved itself on her side. But I'll be in touch with you tomorrow.
Okay.
There were 2 in the same area that came up and made the problem. I called the other one, problem had resolved itself, but she didn't have a problem longer.
Okay, and so can we at least maybe get an update as to what the progress is or if there's a diagnosis? And then that way we can get
The
it.
person that I have there who's living there, he's a renter, and I know he calls me about anything that happens in that department, in that situation.
So we've personally driven by to look at it. But we'll make sure that someone actually communicates with you so they can actually get there. So. For anyone else for general public comment, all my other cards are for specific items on the agenda. If there is no one else for general public comment at this time, we'll go ahead and close.
Mayor Hill, I believe there was one public comment for the consent agenda item.
There was one for the consent agenda. We're not there yet. Go ahead and close general public comment, and we will move on to our consent agenda. Our consent agenda is item 5. We have items A through O on the consent agenda. Are there any items that you wish to have removed from the consent agenda at this time? I have a couple. Do you have any items that you wish to have removed?
2021 165 and 2021 167.
167 D and F. Any others? I've got J. I have a card for J. And I also want us to remove N. Are there any other items on the consent agenda at this time?
I'll make a motion that we accept the agenda, the consent agenda as it is, excluding D, F, J, and N.
So J as well. Are you pulling J?
Yes.
It's on there.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second to accept the consent agenda as written minus items D, F, J, and N. There was a second by Commissioner McCaskill. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item D, resolution 2021-165, authorizing the mayor and interim city clerk to execute and attest construction agreement with DeMar Construction in the amount of $90,000 for the construction of lighting improvements to existing hangars at the Palatka Municipal Airport.
The resolution reads as follows. A resolution of the city of Palatka, Florida, authorizing the mayor and interim city clerk to execute and attest a construction agreement with the Mayor Construction Company in the amount of $90,000 for the construction of lighting improvements to existing hangars at the Palatka Municipal Airport, providing for scrivener's errors.
So move.
Second.
So motion on the floor in a second. Can I have Mr. Griffith or Ms. Tucker? Do you want to speak to this project, or Mr. Yule? Mr. Yule is here. He can speak to it.
Yes, sir, Mayor. This is a project to install LED lighting on the outside, the remaining hangars that do not have LED lighting on the east end of the hangars, and then LED lighting on as many of the remaining T hangars that do not have very good lighting. The lighting inside the T hangars is old, what do you call it, fluorescent bulbs that just does not illuminate very well. And I don't know if you've seen the LED lighting on the outside of the hangars, but it does provide very, very good lighting. It's just a project that's needed to been done for quite a long time.
Any questions as it pertains to the project? Any other questions?
Mr. Yule, so in the tune of $90,000, you're gonna replace that lighting, excuse me. Excuse me. And then you have the resolution 2021-67, where we have another vendor with similar project or whatever project. The entire project is $91,911. And that's a construction service that's related to a hangar project. Is that the same?
That
project?
construction service is the administrative fee for the engineering firm that helped design the lighting and submit and perform the bid process for us. That's not another company. It's our engineering and architectural firm, Pastoral Associates. That's their administrative management fee, if you will, for managing the project, soliciting bids.
So they're charging us 91,000?
No, 10. That's 10 for
Yeah,
the
two different things.
the lighting is 90 and their fee is 10.
So
The project you're looking at is the second one you're looking at relates to 6 T hangers.
That's right. That is a bit
Let's say
confusing because it is
10.
90,000 for the
They're
same.
two different
services,
T hanger
the
projects.
T hanger project, not.
He's describing E.
Yeah.
Right,
I see.
that's, yeah, because okay, but I'm asking the question.
So the lights are 90,000. So for clarity, lights are 90,000. 10,000 is for the fees to facilitate the funding for the lights, for the project, facilitate the project from the engineering firm. But the other one that you're looking at, which is F, which you pulled from the agenda, that's a totally separate project, and that's the fee to build 6 T hangers for the administrative cost to build that, to deal with that project. Those are two separate projects. You have existing T hangers, and then you have new T hangers being built.
I got you. But the question still remains, is 91,000 to build T hangers, and then 90,000 just to put lights on the T hangers?
Not just to build them, to design, to do all the other stuff that goes along with it. So it's different.
They're not building, that's a lot of money.
And there's a lot of wiring, changing out components and conduit work that goes with upgrading the old antiquated lighting.
How many hangers,
How
John?
many?
On the new, those two. Let's stick to.
Yeah,
Let's
lighting.
just stick
only.
to the lighting right now.
Lighting only. Got to be 40. Oh yeah, 40.
40 hangers.
On the inside, if not more.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact number.
Which that wasn't clearly stated in here, so you understand my confusion on that?
Yes.
Absolutely. All right, those are my questions.
Okay, so let's make sure we stay on D, and D is the $90,000, which is the one that was pulled for lighting, for changing lighting over to LED for the existing T hangers. And so with that in place, there's a motion on the floor on a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Questions called, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item F, resolution 2021-167, authorizing mayor and interim city clerk to execute and attest work order number 9021, number 21-65R1 with Pastoral and Associates in the amount of $91,911 for construction services related to pending 6-unit project at the Palatka Municipal Airport.
Thank you, Mayor Hill. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Palatka, Florida, approving work order 21-65R1 with Pastoral Associates LLC to provide construction support services for a 6-unit T hanger project at the Palatka Municipal Airport, providing for Scrivener's errors.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Is there any further discussion on this motion? And it's just for the record, I'll indicate that this project is a $1,098,279 project. So you're talking a construction cost of less than 10%.
But that's
Construction.
G. That's G. That's item G. Yep.
No, I'm just speaking on the cost of the project in total, not what we approve. We've already approved G, but just so you know what the total cost of the project is for the 6 hangers. So any further questions on this item or any further discussion? We've already had our motion and our second on this item. We have a motion and second on this? Yep. No other questions on this? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item J of the agenda is adopt resolution 2021-R171, accepting rankings and responses for RFQ 2021-18 lobbyist services for the city of Palatka, authorizing the city manager to begin contract negotiations. Ms. Krantz.
Thank you, Mayor Hill. A resolution of the City of Palatka, Florida, confirming the ranking of lobbyist firm qualifications received in response to City of Palatka RFQ 2021-18 lobbyist services for the City of Palatka, Florida, and authorizing contract negotiations with the top ranked respondent, providing for Scrivener's errors.
So there's a motion on the floor in a second. Is there a second on this motion? Second. Discussion purposes. Mr. Holmes, can you just give us a breakdown of what took place? We have one speaker on this item.
Yes. We have the responses to the RFQ with the published and that. Hank, myself, Mr. Griffith, reviewed the responses, which were fairly voluminous, and ranked them based upon the criteria that you see, and the results of the ranking are what you. I think that the majority of the ranking or difference in the ranking was based upon the experience that we had and also the qualifications of ours and qualifications of personnel that were listed in the packets as being the ones who would perform services for the city. So that was our ranking of the 2 firms.
And so so there were 2 respondents, and that was our current lobbyist, which is Smith, Bryan, and Myers, and also our former lobbyist, which was Becker and Poliakoff. Does any one of those which one of those lobbying firms do both of them provide federal lobbying services?
I can't honestly tell you about Smith, Bryan. I know that Becker and Poliakoff does. Basically, we lean heavily on our prior experience with the 2 firms without getting into more detail, and the service we've got now, the present firm, and that I think in talking to the committee was the predominant factor that we looked at.
I know, and since we've gotten the new lobbying firm, that we've had problems, more specifically when we're in Tallahassee for lobbying days, that they have not necessarily been available, or we've had to look for them on several occasions. And I don't feel as our lobbyists that we should have to look for them. They should have to look for us and have a plan ready for us. And I know this is not the first time. This is actually a few times that we've had that issue with them.
I have no knowledge of that. All I can say is that from staff's perspective, the information is here. From staff's perspective, the contact, communication, input from our president based on our assessment.
I have to say, I share the same concern with Commissioner Campbell. I remember the last time we were there together, it was not a good look or a good feel not having our lobbyists there to support us. Luckily, we were able to go in there with our own experience and try to do the best we can, but I share the same concern that Commissioner Campbell does.
And during rural county days and there was other times where we didn't get the response that we thought we should have gotten, the communication and the relationship. That goes a long ways as well. So I had a bit of a concern with just the relationship, networking, talking, keeping us up to date on different things of that nature. So.
And I think along those same lines, I was there when we got stood up a couple of times, and the date and the appointment got pushed out from lunchtime to really the next day, and it didn't get followed up that day. I think at the end of the day, we've gotten some appropriations. Those appropriations were well overdue based upon what was in place. I think the other piece of it is, and the one thing that I look at is, we got the $3.5 million grant from DEP, but when you look at what we receive, I mean, we just got 10 million for a very similar project. The money was fluid coming through, so I don't necessarily know how much do we put in place for that. I don't discredit what Smith Bryan has done, but I do think that some of the appropriations that we had in place were just very valuable projects that were going to get funded regardless. When we brought Becker Poliakoff on the first time, and when we talk about the services, they came in the middle of session. When we first started, we were well within session when they had the first year. The second year came up, and that was the year that all the water projects got pulled and no one got funding, which was the major consideration that we had. So the following year, we knew that there was a significant amount of slush money and water projects would get funded. And that's when we started with the new company. And that's when we saw the transition in place. So, and I guess I would dare to say that I've probably, from the Tallahassee side, I've probably visited Tallahassee as much as anybody. And I can quite honestly tell you the relationship with the lobbying firm that we have currently isn't a bad relationship. I think Ms. Hurley has done a good job, but I don't think Ms. Hurley has cultivated a relationship whatsoever with this commission and tried to keep the commission apprised of what's in place, to the extent that I had to introduce commissioners to the lobbyists so they know who she was. And I think that's difficult. I wholeheartedly believe that as we look at this, the challenge we have right now is that we have a 10,000 person population in the city of Palatka, slightly over based upon census count, even though there was a decline in population based on census. But it wasn't a decline significant enough to put us in a position where we get rural facilities funding. The threshold is the biggest obstacle we have to overcome. If in fact we are able to change that, and that's what was being worked on by Becker and Poliakoff, particularly with the emphasis on infrastructure from DC right now, and the new infrastructure bill that's put in place, is the perfect time for Palatka to be able to deal with some of the issues as it relates to I&I with our sanitary sewer, to be able to deal with in larger quantities and have opportunities to get funding that will surpass some of the funding that we've got on the state level. And I understand, the unspoken partisan politics avenues that take place in state versus federal politics. But the reality is the federal dollars are going a lot further than state dollars are going these days. And I just believe that it's an opportunity for us to really focus on what our major initiative is, which is to try to make sure that we can deal with some of these infrastructure issues without having to use state revolving loan funds, where the request for the funding is going to exceed what we're typically get from a budget appropriations on the state level. And so I would rather have a firm that gets state and that can do state and federal lobbying together than to have a firm that can only do state lobbying. And at worst case scenario, use two firms, one that does state lobbying and one that does federal lobbying. But I don't think that us ignoring the fact that federal lobbying is available from, a firm that has a national reputation and probably represents 6,000 or so associations throughout, and just as many municipalities as Smith Bryan is really the answer. And so we still, to this day, every time we do these contracts, we never give credit for the fact that someone does state and federal lobbying. We only give credit for the state lobbying side, and I think we miss an important piece of the puzzle for Palatka. So, any other comments from the commission before I go to the speaker card? And I don't know if we have Ms. Hurley or anyone from Smith Bryan here as well, and I'll afford the same opportunity. Yolanda Cash Jackson filled out a speaker's card for this item, and I'll let her come up at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Yolanda Cash Jackson, Becker. Thank you.
Could be the phone.
Really loud.
It could be your phone. It could be your phone.
All right. Yeah, definitely the magnetic personality. I'll back over this way. Is that better?
Speaking loud to do it.
Yeah, just push it down. Push it all the way down.
Yeah. That's not happened before.
You can go ahead.
There you go. Thank you so much. But anyway, Yolanda Cash Jackson, 1 East Broad Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Just briefly to thank you for the opportunity to apply. We were here before somewhat on a pro bono basis, because one of the things that I've learned in the 22 years that I've been doing this job, advocating on behalf of big people, advocating on behalf of small cities who represent West Park, which is about your size, I've done work for Palatka, a little bit bigger than you. But one of the things that we really enjoy, I really enjoy, is the opportunity to allow you to have an opportunity. So we did apply. We do represent local, state, and federal. When I started with the firm, we were at with one person, and then I joined, and we built that practice now to a national practice of federal, state, and local, including Republicans, Democrats, Black, white, Hispanic. We are very, very diverse in our representation. But I did want to spend just 1 second on the federal piece. And to your point, Mr. Mayor, an opportunity that may not come again. We have just spent a lot of time going through the infrastructure bill. And in spite of the fact that you're not an entitlement city, there are some opportunities that you should not miss: broadband, infrastructure, safety, transportation. Those are very, very important, and does not matter your size. The other reason is earmarks are back. Earmarks are back. And not everybody in the Florida delegation uses earmarks, but I can tell you that we've used them for some of the municipalities that have not had an opportunity to get other funding. Then I want to just briefly touch on infrastructure at the state level. Infrastructure dollars are passed through from the federal government, and you have to watch them. The Office of Economic Opportunity is going to have millions and millions and millions of dollars for infrastructure workforce projects. One thing that happened last session, and then I'll take my seat, is that $30 million was put aside just for African American cultural projects. And that was a federal pass-through. And so if you have not applied, that opportunity ends November 30th. And so, you know, those are kind of opportunities. Also, we have $100 million resiliency fund. We met with the resiliency people yesterday, and they want you to apply to some of those big projects. So opportunities abound. I can tell you that I'm personally committed to cities like Palatka, and would love for the opportunity to represent you at the federal level, and hope you will consider to add that as a part of your representation. Having the relationship between state and federal is very important. We talk all the time. We understand what's going on. I don't do federal, but I can talk federal. And that's because we talk all the time about what's good for our clients. With that, I'll entertain any questions.
Any questions from the commission?
No, I just want just thank her for, you know, for being for applying. And as you know, we have had a relationship before with you, and our first term during 2015 to we've had a previous relationship, and that went well. So we appreciate you walking side by side with us, and working on a number of our priorities and initiatives, and look forward to working with you going forward.
I too echo the same. Just seeing what we've had before, what we have now, nothing compares. When we were in Tallahassee, you were there. When we were in Washington, D.C., a representative from the firm was there. And again, with what we have now, maybe it's just me personally, I have a bad taste, because even with the downfall, no one reached out to apologize. And I'm not with who we have now. I'm just not pleased, and I'm not pleased. But thank you so much for coming back, because most people say once you left, well, I'm not coming back. But the mere fact that you are back speaks volumes to who you are and who the company is, and what you all can do for Palatka. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And to piggyback off Commissioner Campbell, I thank you too for coming back and applying. And when I first got on the commission, I met you, and I appreciate the communication and the relationship that we established. So again, thanks.
Commissioner Jones, you got anything?
I wasn't here at the time. I didn't have no experience, so I don't have any comments at this time.
Thank you, sir.
All right. And again, thank you. Thank you for your comments. If Ms. Hurley or a representative from Smith Bryan is on, we'll give them the same opportunity to speak. Seeing no one on there. I don't think I think Smith, and I'll say, I think Smith Bryan did a good job with what they did during their time of representing the city over the last couple of years. I think they've done a good job. I don't necessarily think they've done a good job in facilitating the relationships necessary to move forward. And I don't think they provide a part of the services that we need, I think, as we begin to really start to move forward and take advantage of really where we are from the federal government side and what our true needs are as an older city with aging infrastructure. And so I think that's critical. And so my recommendation to this commission, and it seems as though with the comments, there are some concerns about the relationship, is that Becker Poliokoff be ranked #1, that we move into contract negotiation with Becker Poliokoff as opposed to Smith Bryan.
Does that need to come before a form of a motion? I know there's something currently on the table for discussion purposes.
Well, that was just a recommendation.
No, the recommendation is, so right now there's a motion on the floor and a second to accept the recommendation as printed on the agenda with Smith Bryan first and Becker Poliokoff second. And so if that's the motion and there is no unreadiness, we'll move forward. Who made that motion?
Commissioner McCaskill.
That wasn't the guy who made the motion. Is that still your motion? If it's not your motion, you want to withdraw your motion at this time?
Withdraw my motion at this time.
And the
And
second,
I'll make a motion.
I need a second to also be
Second.
amenable to, the second to be amenable to, who made the second? You made the second?
I think I'm
The first one I did.
Who made the second on the
I
motion?
have Commissioner Campbell down as making a
Commissioner
second.
Campbell, you're listed as making the second on the motion. Are you okay with the withdrawal of the motion?
I am.
Okay, so that motion is withdrawn at this time. I'll entertain a new motion.
I would like to make a motion that we go with Becker and Polyakoff as our lobbying firm.
second.
And that's ranking Smith Bryan #2.
Yes.
So there's a motion on the floor. There's a second by Commissioner Borum. Is there any further discussion from the commission at this time?
Question?
Questions called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So welcome back. Thank you. Next up is item N on the agenda, which is to approve budget transfer to Better Place funds for the transportation hub project. And Mr. Griffith, you want to take item N? And Miss Shank, you guys can double team it.
So part of the budget adoption, this project was not rolled forward. Therefore, the funding went down into reserves. What you have in front of you is for the reserve, the project balance to be pulled from reserves and put back into the project account.
So as we pull the project up, can you give the scope of the project, Mr. Griffith, so the commission will understand what they're approving and also where we are, because dirt is already moving on the project?
Yeah, so this project is intended to accomplish a couple of things. First is from the perspective of the Water Management District, it is a nutrient reduction project. So we'll be converting some asphalt parking lot to permeable pavers. It's also associated with some paver improvements, intersection enhancements on St. John's Avenue. There is a reconfiguration of the lots and we are paving the portion of the dirt lot that would be to the south of the platform right now. You probably know it as the area close to the caboose. So we'll be improving that area. There'll be some new landscaping, some new signage, and we're also improving the Chambers parking lot at the same time.
Any questions from the commission?
Do we have any exhibits for the project as it's?
Not with me, sir, but I do have one I can send out.
I like to see it.
I have a question as well. I've seen two renditions of the project, and one that I visualize it with no entrance on the Main Street. Main Street, you used to go in and drive into the Price Martin Center, and there was another exit closer to the chamber. The way it looks now, and it's constructed. It's sort of like boxes in the area. And frankly, I just don't like it, for number one. And your explanation to me just verbally was it's going to be more parking. Obviously, it's going to be more parking because you just said that you're going to make parking by the chamber. But as it relates to the main parking lot of the Price Martin, it seems like it cuts off the rest of the neighborhood in that community over there. And that don't sit well with me. And I know on these projects, you're pretty much the project manager. I think some of those things, I think Commissioner Bourne is asking to look at it now. We need to see that stuff before it being constructed. Some of the stuff is going up, and I don't think we have as much input as we need to have it. So that's what I wanted to say. And I really want us to review that part of it.
Yes, sir. Well, I don't think it's completed yet. So, you know, in terms of for the work, just, you know, if it's gonna, you know, maybe ingress, egress, that's what we're saying, if it boxed in, the ingress, egress. I think we need to take a look at that and see what that actually does, and maybe kind of collaborate and try to get a little bit of better understanding, because when we're voting on things and we just get something handed to us and the commission is approving something that it had no voice in, as it relates to how it sits now in the new configuration. So I think that's a great point that we've been made, and we got to have a little bit more of at least understanding how these projects is coming along and what you know what's going to happen from initiation to completion. So that's just where I'm at.
So I'll say this: the commission actually approved this project. Was it 2018 or?
It's been before the commission numerous times, be it through the planning phase, be it the award of the construction contract to the contractor.
Right, but was the rendition, was the all of that closed at that time? Or did we say, okay, well, hey, we got ingress, egress, now we're closing this off to where now there's from an access standpoint? That's what I'm saying.
Commissioner, if your question is, has the commission formally taken action on adopting a set of plans? No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry if I'm asking maybe a crazy question. I do know that we've asked several times for things to be presented to us in a timely manner, but I do have to say that I'm asking if we want it brought before us in an open forum on the dais. I'm quite sure we would like that, but I do have meetings where I meet with the city manager quite often. I'm hoping that everyone else does, and he tries to bring a lot of things to my attention at that time. So are we asking for these issues to be brought in excess of the meetings that I hope that we're having with the city manager one-on-one as well as other staff members?
I think one of the big things for me is and we've talked about a little bit, when the scope of the project changes or there's a snag that changes what conceptually has been presented, and it's more than, you know, what you're gonna get on a regular basis. So for example, a cutout in the historic district or something to that effect, at least, you know, kind of saying, hey, this is kind of the hiccup that's come up in this as projects come about. Because for example, you have some projects, you never know what's going to happen until you start turning into dirt. And once the project starts going on, you never know what you're going to run into. But if you run into something major, at least saying, you know, having that heads up, which says, hey, we may not be able to do this phase of the project based upon what's in place. I think from the commission standpoint, it's, you know, as we do the project updates, it keeps you from being caught off guard. I think the ingress egress piece of this one, you don't see it conceptually. You see it on paper, but it's not the same until you see what's in place. And I think overall we just need to work more on. I think we work more on just getting another update system in place. So when we find issues where we can't necessarily or you got to make adjustments on the fly. And I think that happens with the projects. So if it's whether you can't do a part of the paving project as a part of what's going on, then you come back and we come back and say, at least give that heads up. And so I think staff does the best they can do to make certain adjustments that are there, and they use their best judgment in doing those things. But I think sometimes some of those, when it comes up and it's a major issue, which may, take out a component of the project, at least saying, hey, this is what we discovered throughout. And sometimes you don't have enough time to do it. But in most cases, if you do have the availability to do it, then it needs to be something that comes before the commission.
And if I may, I can say that Jonathan and the city manager does reach out. I know not about everything and maybe not about this, and I don't know how they communicate with the other commissioners, but I can say that they try to reach out when changes happen and they inform me. So just speaking with my experience.
It is about accountability. And if something change, I, as a commissioner, I want to know. When the public asks, I want to be informed, and I should be able to get that from here and not take another meeting of, anything of that nature. And if it's not told to me prior, this is where it's going to come out at. And you guys, I think, know that by now. Not only that, and it's expectations of the project, because even the Lowe's project, and it was a community project, and we're very grateful and thankful for it. However, we saw a rendition and we got input from the commissioners of how we wanted to look. It don't look anything like that at this point. Yes. And so absolutely, we're held accountable for what goes on. They're not going to go to Jonathan. They're going to ask the commission, well, what do you have going on here? And things of that nature. So I want to just voice my displeasure of it. And maybe, like we changed a lot of stuff doing it, like you said, we kind of fluid. So maybe it could be changed. Maybe we could sit down and look at it and see, is it logical to make an entrance in that direction, especially when you're going to add something on the north end of that transportation hub as well. So you want more than one entrance into that facility.
Any other comments from the commission? So as it relates to this project, we still have to fund it.
That is correct. You've actually already awarded this
And you
contract.
have. No, it's so the funding went into the reserves. And
Correct.
it was budgeted, and then the funding went into the reserves, so it has to be pulled back out. And that's the purpose of the item on here. And so at this point, I think regardless of the concerns are there, and it's an opportunity to look at those to see if we can meet the concerns that the commission voiced forward at this time, but we still got to fund the project. So with that being said, is there a motion?
A motion to approve.
I second the motion.
There's a motion to approve the budget transfer from Better Place. There's a second on the floor by Commissioner Jones. Any further discussion? Questions called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So,
Can I say something here?
sure.
Even with that, approving that project, because we don't want to impede it. I don't want to impede it personally. I don't want to make mention of something that I'm displeased with that we don't follow up on. So city manager, could at some point we meet again and kind of discuss that, amending that plan, because change orders come all the time. So I know things change. So that's one of the things I think we should consider.
Logistical issue here, and this project was approved before I, of course, ever became city manager and city attorney. I don't have design approval of projects, but I do know that my understanding that some circumstances on site resulted in some changes, and just to, I guess, for purposes of thought, sometimes it's not possible to wait till the next commission meeting to make a decision about how a project's going to proceed when you do confront issues that were unanticipated. But having said that, we'll definitely be talking and see what kind of, I don't know where we are in the design phase. I don't know how big a change order would require to re-establish an entrance off of what you're calling the Main Street entrance. But certainly we can discuss.
Some things can't wait to the next commission, but some things can be sent out via email, which alerts us. And again, everybody know I'm probably one of the commissioners that's least of a bother. But again, of course, it can't wait to the next commission meeting. But again, we all have access to email, and just a general courtesy email, as you do often. I think when we have changes of that magnitude, being notified in some way, shape or fashion. So that would be my recommendation. It doesn't have to wait till the next commission meeting to be communicated properly.
I'll just tell you this, in all fairness to Mr. Griffith and his team, this project has had, and I asked a question just the other day, and because I had a question about the scope of the project as a whole, and some of the things that were depicted in the air's video characterization of the development of the area, and he disclosed some challenges that he had that far beyond his control, and he did a good job of adjusting with what he had in place. And so this is in no way from me. I think it's in no way necessarily about the adjustment to this project. The concern with ingress and egress is something different than I had on this project. And I think it's a valid concern. But I think the biggest concern is it's just as we start to move processes along, this is an opportunity for us as we move forward. In the back of the room, we've got Ms. Cano, who's come on and agreed to do some work with us as a project manager, has a tremendous history as well. And I think when you basically have a person who takes on multiple positions as a project manager, it's hard. It's hard to really be able to communicate everything everywhere. And so I think for this particular project, I will say that Mr. Griffith has made some adjustments, and he found some cans filled with worms, and he did what he could do with those and trying to clean up prior deficiencies. And so I would invite any commissioner to talk to him to get a better idea of what those worms had in the can.
But by no means this is an attack on Jonathan or anything like that. It's just that the commission wasn't apprised of some of the changes, and it seemed to be, a bigger change. So Jonathan does an excellent job for the city. There's no way that we're up here saying anything negative in that respect. All that was communicated was that the ingress egress seems like it's a bigger change. So let's not make this a bigger issue than it really is, because there's no issue. I commend Jonathan for the job that he does. I commend the city manager for the job that he does. We communicate very well. I communicate with the city manager on a regular basis as well as I do with Jonathan. But again, if that was a mess, we're gonna go back and revisit it, and we're gonna keep moving. I mean, this is an opportunity.
Mayor, can I say something?
We're prospering here.
Okay.
We're here for, it's always a day on and a never day off for me. I work continuously and tirelessly for the city.
It's an opportunity for us. Go ahead.
So just so you know, this is constructive. We appreciate it. But do be advised, the conceptual plan did anticipate removing that. That doesn't mean we can't do that. But I would like the opportunity to talk. Why we and folks hired believe plan to have.
Thanks. Thank you, sir.
All right. Next up, new opportunities. Direction as to a workshop concerning the city to engage in long-term land leases at the Palatka Airport for a private hangar development, item number 6.
So, as you know, your airport advisory board meets monthly and considers different issues that affect the airport for several months now. There's been talk about whether or not the city would be willing to enter into private land leases. Land leases meaning he leases the land and the lessee would then build or construct the hangar or improvements. Have to work out length of the lease and restrictions on the use of the hangar. But the point being that it would be an opportunity, or it would provide for hangars of a little bit larger size than what we normally build, that would be constructed with private funds for use by those who so the advisory board, together with Sarah and Associates, have been looking at locations where that might feasibly occur, and some terms, and they've come up with some conceptuals, and then, as you know, it's ultimately your decision as to whether we engage in that kind of a concept. So my understanding is that they're saying that to you tonight for direction as to whether you wish to move forward with this, or what your feelings are about the concept of allowing private hangars on the airport pursuant to land lease. That's a background.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, Ms. Thomas.
Is that better?
I don't know if it's better, it's louder.
Thank you. We want to thank you on behalf of the Airport Advisory Board for the privilege of serving you, each one of you, and for the privilege of serving our city and our aviation community as well as our county. And we take it very seriously. Mr. McLean and Ms. Jones are both here, also on the Airport Advisory Board, and we take it very seriously, the privilege of helping with ideas and seasoned aviation directives to recommend to y'all what we think. And we have waited for probably a dozen years for this day when we can see our airport take a step from being just a private airport with private planes to a corporate world. And we've, thanks to Andrew and Pastoral and Associates, we've had a lot of help in rationalizing this for a dozen years, really. And we finally got to the day when we can see step one. And Mr. Valancourt is here tonight. And I think he spoke to us a few months ago. And we would like to see him take spot number 1 or 2 on the right up there and start moving forward. And from a very generalization view, this would mean about $5,000 a year of income to the airport, to the city, as well as zero cost associated basically with us starting it, because the hangar will be built by private funds. He's offered to help with the infrastructure, and Valancourt, of course, is a very well-known road builder and contractor for this kind of construction. And then also the tax income, we would have a nice $350,000 hangar that we would be taxing that would bring income to the city, as well as fuel sales, as well as aviation camaraderie. And to us, the aviation camaraderie is very important because it's the first step into a corporate sector. And now we can have a momentum that we hope that can grow and grow. So what we are asking is that if you all agree and think it's wise, we'd like to see it approved to move forward. And the contract, of course, would be very protective of the city and approved by Ms. Thomas. And Andrew has got a lot of insight on that. Of course, almost every other airport around us has corporate hangars. We just have never quite got there yet. So this is a wonderful opportunity for us. But we do thank you for the privilege of serving y'all. And we would like to see some point this move forward, and maybe tonight, if that would please y'all.
Okay. Do we have
professionals?
So Mr. Yule, we got you here, but also we have Pastor and Associates in the back of the room. If I can get a representative from Pastor to come up and talk a little bit about this project, Mr. Lesko.
Just a couple of things to add before Pastor makes their presentation is the general way that one thing the city would get, in addition to the revenue from the land lease, the contracts are written in such a manner as either a 25-year term with 2 5-year extensions or a 20-year term with 2 10-year extensions. And then at the end of the second extension, the hangar becomes the property of the city. We take ownership of it. So there is a long-term gain to consider as well while you're thinking about this. And this very looked at favorably by the FAA. I have in my hand here a checklist that the FAA uses the kind of police leases, public leases with.
Mr. Yule, did I hear him say a $5,000 a year lease?
Ballpark
Revenue?
income, yes, is by the square foot, you know, of the lot. So each lot would have that kind of income.
And I think we got some figures on that. I think it's a little
Yeah,
bit
it
low.
might be low.
And I think that's in part of the presentation here.
Okay.
So we'll
So
turn it
maybe-
over to Pastor Associates. That's all right.
Well, I just know we got a lot of dollar leases and stuff like that. We're trying to get away from those low leases for 100 years.
Good evening to the commission. Andrew Haleska with Pastor Associates. Appreciate John and Judd, basically giving a summary. Matt Singletary, our project manager, he's got a story to tell you on the slide to give you some more of the background, to give you some of the details. So I think that'll be beneficial to let Matt go through it.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, just to follow up on what they were saying, so we have this concept plan, which we're showing you here, with showing 5 hangar units, as you can see there. And just on the comment about the lease amount annually, based on the area that we're showing on this plan and the dollars per square foot, it's actually about 11,000 based on that. But the the dollars per square foot, 31 cents is what that number is based on, the 11,000 and change. That's totally up, to the city and the tenants to negotiate, what that should be. But that's based on what's a market rate in the state of Florida right now. So anyhow, this plan, the Airport Advisory Board, city staff had asked Pass Road to try to lay something out, to have a more planned out idea for how we could address private hangar development. In addition to, like the city manager said, looking at different areas on the airport. And this is the area that we're kind of at the ending point of where we're at with this slide right here. This is the recommended area that is preferred, in our opinion right now. So I guess go on to the next slide. I'll go through. We had done a presentation. Actually, go to the next one, please. We've done a presentation very similar to this one, almost the same thing for the Airport Advisory Board, I think in the month of September. So we were asked to come back tonight, bringing this to City Commission to provide some of that same information to you all, to help get you informed on what we had discussed. So if you could go on to the next. Okay, so this is a presentation on private hangar development in general, really, but as it relates to private hangars, since that's the topic of discussion. The items that I'm going to run through here real quick for you. Hangar waiting list, airport master plan. That was one of the main questions that the Airport Advisory Board had was, is this, what we're just talking about, consistent with the master plan? Possible private hangar development areas, a little bit about private hangar financing and proposed actions for the city and the Airport Advisory Board and everyone involved. So if you go to the next slide. So this is just a quick numbers for you on waiting list at Palatka Municipal Airport, and then also as far as it relates to our local area, St. Augustine Airport. You can see just by these numbers, there's a continual waiting list and there's a demand for hangars in our area. So that's really all I want to say about that. So if you could go on to the next slide. So as I mentioned just a second ago, one of the main kind of things that was asked when Pastor was first requested to provide some additional information to the Airport Advisory Board was to kind of make sure that what we're talking about is in line with the master plan at the airport and the ALP, which is the drawing that goes with the master plan. So in general, on the airport, per the master plan, there's 29 hangar units or areas that are identified. And that's further broken down into regions of the airport, 3, north, west, and south. To go on the next slide, please. So this is a shot, one of the drawings from the airport layout plan set showing the north portion of the airport, so near the main entrance in the terminal and Route 100. There's 3 areas that are identified on the master plan, but really it's only number 3 on here that we were recommending could possibly be a spot for a private hangar. The other 2 are really reserved for more of a public commercial commercial aviation type business that would be interfacing with the public. So that's more of like a prime area. So just to note that those aren't really for consideration here. So we go to the next slide, please. And then this is on the west end of the airport property. And I'm not sure how familiar all of you are with the airport, but so runway 927's main runway. This is the west end of where runway 9 is. Runway 9 ends, but there are, as you can see, there are 12 hangar units shown. So that's what's on the ALP for the west side. If you go to the next slide. And then the south side of the airport, this is really where we had recommended either what you see on the right side of the page there is Moody Road, and then the highlighted hangars that are going, the highlighted area are the hangars, I should say, but the ones that are going closest to the right side of the page, that's the 5 units that we were showing you on that first recommended concept slide is right in that area. So it is consistent with what you see here. And then also though, there's some going down along 1735 on both east and west side. You can go on to the next slide. So then this was actually when this conversation kind of started and the private hangar development discussion came up. This was kind of one of the first sketches before we got into all the background on the master plan and all that we showed was to kind of give an idea of where a private hangar unit could go on the airport. And so that's what we're showing here. And the number 2 is that area that we landed on as recommended. Another possible recommended location is that number 4, which is on the west side and the referred to as industrial park area. Go next slide, please. And then this is a similar view to the recommended area. Another thing that was requested of Pasco was to show if you did expand the number of hangar units further than the 5 that would start on that east end closest to Moody Road, what would that look like? And this is if you took it all the way to that next major taxiway, taxiway C. So instead of the 5, you could extend this with the same setup, the same size parcels for 14 hangars. Please go to the next slide. And so this brings us back to where we started. I'm not really going to say anything else about this again, but you know, you have similar, or I should say matching parcel sizes for each 5 of the hangar units is the intent. And you got a new taxiway and a new access road, and then utility connections and stuff like that would be involved to support restrooms inside the hangars. Next slide, please. And then finally, this is a additional slide that we added for this. This would all end up being, you know, up to the city and the tenants as to exactly how this has worked out. But what we're showing here graphically is you've got the 5 hangar units, and each tenant would be responsible for constructing and the cost of their building, the pavement for the aircraft out in front of the building, and the parking space for vehicular parking in the back. And then, so that's all the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be up to each tenant is what we're graphically showing here. And then the yellow would be all the shared infrastructure, which we're proposing could be a shared cost among the 5. So you got the taxiway, the access road, utility connections, any stormwater upgrades you may need, all of that sort of stuff. And there's also there's a gate. I don't think we mentioned this, but one of the reasons this location is ideal is because you have an existing gate and access off of Moody Road right next to the fire station there. But there'd be some gate improvements if this moved forward. That would also be a shared cost. You go on to the next slide. So to go back to kind of what we were talking about earlier with the amount of money you get from the ground lease per year. Like I said, this would be up to the city to come up with what the appropriate rate is, but the 11,500, that's based on the lease area that we have shown on that concept plan at 31 cents per square foot. And now that's for each hangar unit. So if all 5 were in there, it'd be times 5. And then just another note about the responsibilities for the tenants and the city, kind of in line with the last slide we just showed, development costs, utility costs, connections for utilities paid by the tenants, including the access gate upgrades, like I mentioned. And then as far as maintenance of the area around the lease boundaries, as is the case everywhere else on the airport now, that would be a city responsibility for mowing and, maintaining the taxiways and all that sort of thing. Go to the next slide. So this is the final slide. This is the same kind of, we just posed these questions when we brought this and discussed it with the Airport Advisory Board also. This is kind of where the discussion started. Should private hangars be allowed? Are there other considerations related to that need to be discussed? Mr. Valancourt, as I mentioned, now is here tonight. This is kind of where this conversation started. Do we need a response to him specifically? Response to other, if there's a future similar request, how would you respond to that? And that's all I got. So hopefully I gave you a little bit of helpful information.
All right, I've got 2 speaker cards before we get into any further action. First up is Mr. Valancourt, J. Daniel Valancourt. Just give me a name and address.
Daniel Valancourt, 5600 Millie Way, Green Cove Springs, Florida. Thanks for having me again. Thanks for the consideration. I've spoken to y'all, I think it was about 2-3 months ago. We've been working at this, and it's been really an honest process. I've been happy with everything. Really, just to boil it down for you guys is with Charlie's help, we kind of put together, we got about 4 people, maybe the 5th person, we're kind of working on it, but we have pooled our resources to basically give you guys a 0-cost revenue stream and a long-term leasing asset. So we've tried to make it as really as painless as possible for the city, because I don't know if you've seen my billboards around. I hope they're not that annoying, but they have been a blessing. We have gotten so many great applicants from this area. It's been awesome. But we're ready to invest in this city because it has a lot of potential, and I'm just excited to be a part of it. So thank you for your consideration. If y'all take any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to thank them for, investing and looking into the city of Palatka and helping us to grow. Without you guys, we wouldn't be in the position that we're in right now. So you guys are really making Palatka going to be a destination. And hopefully soon we'll be able to fly people out here.
Charlie Douglas.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Charlie Douglas. I'm at 117 North 2nd Street. And I'm here in support of the request from Mr. Valancourt to pursue the project of hangars at the airport. In the season of Thanksgiving, I first want to say thank you for all of the support you have given to downtown economic development. Most recently with the amphitheater, it looks great. There are so many people who are using it now, and it is a centerpiece of the riverfront. And tonight you have an opportunity to further support economic development in Palatka. I believe that the airport is one of the top 3 assets we have in the city of Palatka. And for many years, we have waited for the opportunity to transform our airport from a general aviation airport to a corporate center of aviation. And Mr. Valancourt has come through many times with the airport advisory. He has been very patient and has persevered a long time for this. And as a fellow pilot, Daniel is also instrument rated and flies the Cirrus. I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with Mr. Valancourt to say to the city, please show your support for out-of-town businesses who are investing in this community, something we've looked forward to a long time, and it's happening now. Not just at the airport, but in so many different places of our community. And this is another example of outside businesses who are willing to put dollars into this community that could have a tremendous impact citywide and countywide. And to that end, a couple of us have come together and to help address some of the concerns that we have tried to carefully listen to that have arisen from the airport advisory meetings, and they're available on YouTube. And if, Mayor, I may approach. These are our letters of commitment from private business owners who are willing to address some of the concerns come up at the airport advisory board meetings. And one of those is the issue of cost. And how can we afford to pay for the connection of utilities? And the 4 current business owners, and we believe that we will have a 5th before the end of the month, but for sure by the end of the year, is to put forward a sum of money that will cover the cost jointly of the project for water, sewer, the site improvement for the pouring of the asphalt or concrete, both on the apron side closest to the runway, and also on the parking side. And this area is an important area because it is a highly visible area of the airport. It faces Moody Road. It also is right there at the footsteps of runway 27 and the displaced threshold. So anytime somebody flies in a jet, an executive can look out the window and see what is there. And we want to be mindful that it is done right. And I have put together some examples of hangars that are hangar homes. These are not what we are proposing because the design standard is so high, because they're hangar homes.
Then why are you showing them to us?
Just a question. The reason we're showing this is because we want these hangars to be something more than just a hunk of metal that you see going down Moody Road, or someone who is a passenger in a jet will see and then look out the window before they take off on runway 27.
Can you publish it to the jury, council?
I'm looking forward to that.
We can achieve high quality landscaping, balconies, windows on the second floor. There are ways that we can, and first, I want to say that Daniel has come here requesting for hangar 1. And it would be my hope that you would approve that. The only reason I'm here to talk about hangars 2, 3, 4, and 5 is that if you are going to disapprove his request to move forward on hangar 1 because of some of these other elements that have come up in the airport advisory board meetings, then I want to be here to offer a solution. And one of those was a commonality, a unity, so that it not be piecemeal. If there is a piece of the apron that is paved for hangar 1, and you were concerned that maybe the apron in front of hangars 2, 3, 4, and 5 ought to be poured at the same time, then I want to be here. Brent Sloan, Mr. Nations, who has also said that he would be the 4th hangar, and the 5th that we have coming down the line. We want to be the solution to a problem that you may have and have articulated in the airport advisory board. I don't want to get too long-winded, just to say thank you again. This is a phenomenal opportunity that doesn't come around very often. Time is of the essence. I hope that this city commission will be known for when businesses come to our community, that the city can act nimbly and quickly for good ideas. This is a great idea, and I hope that you will vote yes.
You took the remainder of your time and everyone else's. Commissioner Jones.
Charlie, I have a question. As the rendering was up there, it had hangars 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They also showed that it had the ability to go out to 14, I believe.
Yeah.
Now, in forward thinking, I would think that we would try to have the space to do all 14, thinking so that, because it may catch on. You guys go in now and put the 5 up, and people, like you said, fly over and they say, hey, listen, I want a hangar here. So I think we need to be, just in with the commission, thinking about the long term versus putting big 5 hangars out there, have the area plotted for the 14. Yeah, I just want to say that. Go ahead.
So one of the things that is kind of really good about this is you can build the first 5, and the utilities we're gonna just tie them all the way in down the line, because the utilities actually start on what would be I guess that's the east side of it. So we'll run them all the way down to the last hangar on the end. So then if another 5 people want to come in, they do the same thing we do. And that's something we can tackle down the road. Maybe we can get a grant for some more taxiways. I think if we show the proof of concept, it'd be a lot easier to maybe get some grant money to actually have some money to actually build the rest of the taxiway all the way down. That would be ideal, because it is very expensive to, but we're taking on the financial burden of the first bit of taxiway ourselves.
Right.
You will get a lot more people in if the taxiway was already built, but this is proof of concept.
So the infrastructure will be already put in place.
That's
for
right.
that.
The hard part's out of the way. They just tie right in.
Great.
You can keep rolling down the taxiway.
All right.
You know, some people who can move dirt.
And also natural gas is right there too, so we might get a hot water heater in each one.
So any further questions or comments from the commission?
I just
guess the first thing is, go ahead, Commissioner Boardman.
For me, I know, the Charles Douglas, I mean, I really appreciate what he's doing here on the 100 block here. I mean, and so I trust him that he's gonna help us do the right thing out here at the airport. So him and the group definitely have my support.
Mr. Mayor. Of course, I think they're coming tonight for conceptual direction from the commission, and there are some details that I'd like to just bring up for your consideration. And this is for your consideration because you're the policy setters. But one would be whether or not you're going to request design standards for the hangars that are there with minimum size or design features that make for some consistency and also assure some I guess aesthetic consistency and attractiveness. 2, do you care whether or not these are just private hangars for private aircraft, or is it your thought they're corporate? The big difference there being the amount of revenue that's generated by a small private plane compared to that generated by a corporate plane, fuel consumption, that sort of thing, usage. And then also 3, are you going to allow subletting? So if somebody builds a hangar, can they then rent the hangar space in their hangar if they only have a small airplane? Small meaning private airplane compared to one that'll take up the whole hangar. Can they lease space in their hangar to some other people who then can have hangar space by paying to the person who built the hangar? Those are some of the, that old saying, devil's in the details. Well, that's the devil in these details is yes, you'll end up owning a hangar in 50 years or 40 years, depending upon, none of us will be here to see it, but you'll own one if it's, then you can remember these words and decide whether or not you made the right decision. And then of course, there's the maintenance standards as well. So and I think that's the request to come before the commission, as I understood it, was to get your thoughts on how you wanted to proceed in that regard. So, I think that says it. If those factors are important for you, then they are, and if they're not, then they aren't. But that's something that I think you get to weigh in on.
Right.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, I think the big thing is here, you're not going to finish this in the night. That's just the reality of what it is. I think the most important thing to come out of tonight's meeting is whether there's an appetite from this commission to even do hangars. And if that's the case, then my suggestion is that as we start to work on details, we start out with a workshop, because I think there's an educational piece that goes along with it. I think for the commission, for the community as a whole, and even for the individuals who are proposing what's in place. This started out as a request from the Airport Advisory Committee to Passero to look at whether the opportunity existed, and if it existed, where were the viable places on the master plan. And so it became an educational tool for the Airport Advisory Board to go back and review the master plan to see exactly what were the viable opportunities and where was the best place to put it so that it wasn't an impediment to future development of the airport. And so Passrow gave several options as related to that. One of the educational pieces that we found was just what the market rate is on private land leases for hangars at 31 cents. Some places it was 20, some places it was maybe a couple pennies more. But the reality of it is those are recommendations. We have an opportunity to set our own standard as to what it is and have those conversations with the individuals who are interested so that it makes sense for everybody. I think outside of that, it's a great opportunity for us to look at, you know, again, the potential of the airport and see if we are moving in a different direction. And this commission is charged with yay or nay, will we even consider? We don't get to the details if we don't have an appetite for the private hangars. And so I guess the first question as we move forward is what's the appetite on this commission for private hangars? I've heard from Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Borum, Commissioner Campbell, Commissioner McCaskill. What are your thoughts?
I'm open to it. And the energy and the enthusiasm that came from Douglas reminded me of.
He's always like that.
That reminded me of the youth that we had here today. And I want to make sure that they have the opportunities in the future, should it be. So I'm definitely open to having this conversation and having this workshop.
And not to prolong anything, I share the same sentiments.
Okay. So we
Looking forward to it.
And so we unanimously agree that we'll look at the opportunities for private hangars. Ms. Thomas, Jed, in your excitement, I would probably just slow down.
Mayor, I just wanted to bring up the one aspect of doing these private hangars for for-profit corporations. We may lose the ad valorem tax exemption on those areas. So that's something that's also that we can discuss during the workshop.
And that's something that they talked about during the presentation briefly. They just touched upon it. The fact that there would be some property taxes associated with the project for anyone who leased those properties. And so quickly.
Yes, the Airport Advisory Board also discussed that in this contract that we would make with each tenant that could deal with all those issues of conceptual design and maintenance standards, and I'm sure that everybody knows that. But
I want to see what he brought before us personally.
I'll admit that was a cool trick. You like this? Well, I'm not building this.
So I think as we begin to move forward, we've got direction that we want to look at this. Do we want to look at 5 versus 14 is the next conversation. We want to look at just 5 or more than 5, or how is that? Or how should we, and that's the next
Mr. Mayor,
conversation.
the reason that we only showed 5 is that where the taxiway and access road end, we're getting into a different piece of undeveloped land that actually involves wetlands. We didn't want to go down that road. We wanted to show the long-term plan that could show the 14 all the way from Moody Road to taxiway Charlie, but the first 5 are easily achievable. The other one is more of a long-term project, but we can really do the first 5 easy.
So
but before hitting any wetland and environmental permitting.
So the suggestion we take a phase approach.
Yes. With the idea that you absolutely can do the other 9, but it's not ready today like the other 4 or the other 5 spots are ready today.
The problem we'll have with that, I won't say a problem, but it could be perceived that people have a private airport and you don't have the space to grow any further, or no one else could get in on that. So that's something we have to be careful for going forward as well. And also would like to see uniformity, some type of standard. If it's one design or whatever, it'd be uniform. It don't look, you know, some people who's pinching pennies, and some people who get extravagant. So, but definitely that's something I think legal would have to chime in on, give us advice on the landlocking that. just for, I mean, that's my opinion.
It's more of a commission. I think the commission, and I think that's the purpose of the workshop, because once the commission takes an opportunity, you set the workshop, we create opportunities for the commission to do additional research, for staff to do additional research, and for and for the concerns to be brought forth, I think, to cover whatever questions you may have, and also any ideas that you may have as well. And so it gives a perfect brainstorming opportunity for everyone involved as you begin to move forward, and it creates opportunity for direction.
Well, and two, in terms of looking at the size and the consistency of whatever it may be, we probably can look at some of the other airports if there's any new airports. Not airports, but the other airports with hangars, T hangars. Maybe look at some of those designs as well. So you guys have a lot more knowledge on those things, but in terms of us, I couldn't tell you what size they should be. So, I mean, I think recommendations coming from the experts, I think, will help give us more guidance, at least from my perspective.
Right. And so that's where we are. Any other questions or concern? So as we move forward, we'll set a workshop. Do we want to set that in December or the beginning of the year? So we'll set a workshop beginning of the year in January. We'll set a January workshop to address to start the preliminary conversations, and then provide sample contracts and some other things prior to, so that everyone can start doing their own research. Okay. Yeah, we've got that in place. Thank you all.
All right, thanks.
We'll take a quick recess.
He's calling order.
Did you order pizza? You had to feed on the way to Orlando, but you don't have to do. Y'all might as well just get ready to drive through.
All right, we're gonna, Sonny, you ready? We're gonna go ahead and call this meeting back to order. We will move on to agenda item number 7, discussion and action contract. Contract with Palatka Boathouse Marina LLC, better known as PBM, for water taxis operation services. Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Mayor, as you're aware, for a number of years now, we've been attempting to put together an agreement for the operation of the waterfront, or supervision and oversight of the waterfront management, along with the operation of water taxis, one of which the city has in hand, and one of which, as I'll report later, I guess we'll be getting in hand in the next few days. It's not been an easy task, and I realize there's been some frustration on the part of the commission, but it's just not been an easy task. I think Mr. Legacy has operated in good faith. I know we have operated in good faith. Mr. Legacy, I think the agreement that you have in your packet was one that, as Jonathan reminded me, stemmed from something that Michael Zembor put together way back in the day. And then it's been modified and modified and modified and modified since that time. So you remember recent history, you directed us to have something, a contract on your table tonight. Mr. Legacy with his advisors put together some modifications, and his modifications did make the contract more attractive. For instance, he took on the responsibility of providing the fuel farm, which before would have been something we were going to have to do. And there were other things that he changed in the agreement. And the agreement is in front of you, and I've given all of you a more of a fact sheet, or I guess summary sheet, based upon our review of the agreement, just to try to point out to you some things that we think you should be cognizant of. From there, I mean, I'll answer questions. Mr. Legacy's here. Bottom line is, it's just so hard to project revenue on this endeavor for Mr. Legacy, and then the contract ties any revenue the city gets to a percentage of what he gets, but the costs are real and substantial. And I've outlined all of that. The costs that the city would bear are real and substantial. And I'm sure the costs he would bear are real and substantial too. My concern, just to start out at the outset, is there's no cap on the amount that the city, net amount the city would have to contribute. Obviously, we're contributing the boats, the waterfront, the ship store, the docks, allowing their use, but there's no cap on the amount of out of pocket the city would have to come up with to make the project operate based upon the way that the contract is worded. And because of that, I mean, from a manager's perspective, financial perspective, it's just basically us being asked to write a blank check, and I can't recommend that. I'm not in a position to recommend that. Now, again, I'm not attempting to in any way fault Mr. Legacy. I understand he's got challenges too that he's working with in terms of just the circumstances. But that's where we are at this point from staff's perspective. And if I could tell you there was one or two things you could change and make the contract acceptable, then I would. All I could tell you is what I have said in the agreement, and that is, one, us not having an escape clause. PBM does, but we don't, based upon economic feasibility. As you know, if you've read the contract, if after 2 years they decide that it's not economically feasible to continue, they can bail. We don't have that option. We're in it. And then two, if there was some cap on the total amount of money that the city would have to contribute, then you could budget for that. You could weigh the value of that, and then, you know, maybe a lot of the rest of it would be palatable, or at least something you could try on a trial and error basis. So that's where I am.
Okay, Mr. Legacy.
Hi, Scott Legacy, 135 Middle Point Lane, East Palatka. Commissioners, Mayor.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Yes, so obviously it's been a long process, and I will tell you that some of the edits that we made to the agreement didn't make it in the final draft there. It doesn't look like the term we request, we're good with the 5 years, and then the second 5 years, we'd just like to know 18 months in advance, in the same way on the any additional terms. So that's, there's a few things like that, but the biggest challenge is, you know, we've been back and forth on this thing. It's not, I don't think it's just a city and PBM. It's been through different commissioners, different managers. Probably city manager has been the biggest thing. The last city manager, we had a workshop. We had pretty much had it sorted out. So we thought, and then we started over again. COVID's involved. We've got flying mosquitoes we got to think about, but the biggest thing was the holdup's been the fuel. We've all agreed that fuel's not going to happen. So we're going to pay for the fuel and we're going to put that in.
Blind mosquitoes left with COVID.
Man, I hope so. The current boat we have, when the blind mosquitoes are around, are really tough to deal with. So there's a lot of maintenance and cleanup. And so just to bring up to speed, we have been operating with the city, the original Pride Palatka 2 under an agreement that's in place with the city, water tax agreement, and we've operated it not as often as anybody would like, but it's so expensive to do if you don't do it full time. Every time you stop and don't run it for a week or so, it takes 2 guys 3, 4, 5, 6 hours each to get the thing cleaned up. You end up not making any money on running at that time. So you have to run the boats. You need an operation that the second boat's going to add value to it, because if you're going to have personnel and staff on hand, then you need to be able to, you know, to monetize it. And there's some savings there when you have more than one boat running. So our plan is to do a rental boat operation. That's probably the most lucrative of everything, although it's a big investment out of our pocket. Boats aren't cheap. You got to maintain them. But other than that, the only other main revenue stream that would be there is some kind of concession operation if we could accomplish that. So there's limited space for that. As you guys know, there's not a kitchen area. There's no infrastructure for a concession operation, as the original plan was for a larger concession operation. And that was one of the main funding sources. So personnel is a big expense. So the way we tried to save some dollars to make it possible to do was to ask the city to help with some of the bathroom cleaning. We'll clean the bathrooms daily, but if the city could clean them once a day, then some of the vagrant issues that you guys deal with now lightens our load for personnel to have to clean restrooms as well. If you have a guy that's pumping fuel over at our place for boats, water taxi boats, or things that are rental boats that are working from the city, it takes extra time to get back and forth. All that gets factored in. I think our toughest problem with getting a final agreement is when you do a normal business deal somewhere, you sit across the table from somebody and you just figure out what works. In this situation, you know, staff's done a great job, but we sat down and we've met, but the staff can't speak for you guys. And so it's almost negotiating against yourself or in the blind. And so if we could leave here tonight with some answers to some questions, I think the agreement could, you know, I think we're close enough that we can make it work for everybody. That's my belief. Don's done a good job of pointing out some of the issues, and some of those are non-issues. Actually, we don't have a problem with some of that. So,
okay. Any questions or comment from the commission at this point? Not everybody wants.
I mean, I'll just say something. I mean, in terms of, you know, just no cap on the city's financial obligation. I mean, we can't even fathom, couldn't even prepare a budget.
And we haven't requested
what
that.
the operation would be.
Yeah.
So how can the city engage in business without knowing um, just couldn't even project a budget for the operation as it relates to that. Just one boat or two boats or whatever. So how can you help with that respect and clearing that up for them?
We can give the city, and we actually did this before. We did an Excel spreadsheet that did an estimation of what we thought would be revenue generation in the first year, the second year, third year, and fourth year. We actually did it out 5 years. I've got that with me. It's dated. There's a lot of questions to be answered before I can give you that numbers. What we honestly feel like we can do, and the numbers that we're going to base our investment off of. We've got a lot of expense, and we have to hire some employees that aren't going to, we're not going to cover them for quite a long time. It's just going to be out of pocket. So we're trying to get those numbers sorted out as well. And so the items that we've asked the city to do in regards to the boat is provide the insurance on the two boats. The insurance that the city has to have for whole insurance, if you will. We will pay the operator's insurance policies that, and the fuel spillage, things like that we're negligent and we create. But the city, the insurance on the boats is high because of the estimated value of the boats. And actually, if you got the boats appraised right now, the first boat, it's not going to be at the same rate the insurance is at. It's just not. But so that's a fixed cost there. Dock maintenance, it shows here is $10,000 a year. The docks are about 10 years old now, but they haven't needed a lot of maintenance. They're going to need some. We don't believe it's quite $10,000 a year, but we got terminal maintenance. That's not going to change. A lot of these $60,000 number, almost all of it's already there except for the boat insurance. So you're not taking on new costs. And I understand you want the facility to pay for everything, but it's just not going to happen overnight.
But you have a $60,000 number, and that number isn't capped at 60.
Cap it at 60. I don't have a problem with putting a cap on this. That's not a problem from our side, but I'm saying is those, personally, I think you should look at that $60,000 number, the realization of it from our Merle was not able to come. He's over in Tarpon Springs. He was going to be here. Merle handles all this. But
21-year man, right?
Pardon me?
That was the 21-year term man, right?
Man, yeah. But he's been on this project for about 6 years. So, but we believe it's the numbers you should be really looking at is the cost of operation for this would be $34,000. Maybe add $2,000 more because of the insurance I was just told is $12,000, not $10,000. That's how we had it factored in. So, but a lot of that, those are almost all of its expenses you currently have. I'm not saying that you shouldn't cover those. I'm just saying there's not going to be an additional $60,000 from where you're sitting at today.
But my concern is this. My concern, one, is I always hate to negotiate in a public forum. I think that's probably the worst thing that you could ever do in this world when you're dealing with a contract. But the reality of it is this: you put that $60,000 number out there when we had those conversations a while back as cost estimates of certain things that were in place. But there was never a willingness to say that that's where we are and that's going to be the cap of what it's going to be, and anything, any overages or whatever. That's the cost of doing business. I mean, for me personally, I'd rather say, hey, here's the contract. We set a number as to what the city's going to do so we can budget on a regular basis. If that number is amenable to everybody, hey, this is what we pay you to operate. This is what you've got. You're not going to get exclusive use of the entire riverfront. You're going to have your own area. There's not going to be this non-compete except for in your restricted area, and we keep rolling. And so that part is fine. And even for a set period of time, and just moving forward. But to sit there and really using the phrase of writing a blank check without knowing what that check's going to cost. Then if you're into a business enterprise, there's a risk involved every time you do business. But the reality of it is, for us, I don't want to sit and be the underwriter of what's in place based upon the inability to generate additional revenues based upon what your projections are. What I want to see is if you're saying, hey, this is the number. If there's a number that's out there that makes sense to everybody, and it's, hey, this is what our check's going to be every year, If there's additional revenues that are generated based upon what's in place, then there's a return on some of it. And if that's the case, then we're fine. But to sit there and say, we got all these unknown variables that are out there, where at the end of the day, that $60,000 could easily be 150. It doesn't make sense for us.
Yeah, and I don't see how it could be. I mean, we'd have to look at each specific item, and I'm happy to go through them with you, but the 60,000 that the city is estimating is down to 8 items that are specifically listed. And those are the ones I say it really should be 34,000, but if it was 60,000, what we have to look at is what is our investment to take what the city's given us. It's not like we're starting a business from scratch, right? We're being dealt a building that we've got to make work, right? It's not really adequate for what the original plan was for. And then now we don't know for sure if we've got 1 boat to operate or 2 boats. So I need to know that. If there's 2 boats, then we'll base the numbers off of 2 boats and so on. The fuel, we figured out a solution for the fuel. We'll come out of pocket and put in the fuel farm.
So first, if I could, and maybe I missed it, but I had never before heard a willingness to establish a cap. And the last time we were in these negotiations, I threw out the number. Can we cap it at 60? And I was told no. I was told that we could cap it at 60, which
basically stalled the talks.
Which stalled the talks. As far as whether 60 is a realistic number, the boat insurance alone is 12. The submerged land lease payment, which we don't pay now because we don't use the docks for profit, that will be a minimum of 10.6 or 10.8, but it's actually the higher of 6% of the revenues generated by the docks, or a minimum of 0.1777 per square foot. Of course, that's about 10.8. So you got 10.8 and 12, $30,000 or $22,000 basically in just submerged land lease and insurance. Then our maintenance expense, every maintenance item over $100, and they can wait and accumulate 4 or 5 different repairs. And if they exceed 100% of that maintenance cost is ours on all the uplands. So that's why the maintenance number we budgeted in at, basically if I have the ability to wait until 3 things break before I fix one, and then that's $100, and now the city's got to pay all of it. That's why we projected the numbers that we projected, and I hope it's high. But look, there's no doubt from my perspective, and I think staff's perspective, there's an advantage to seeing this thing operate, because we're all operating with hypotheticals right now. Will people come ride it? How many times can you operate it? How many trips will it make? What can your net profit be? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We don't have any actual experience to work with. So there's no doubt there's an advantage to actually having some experience. But it's just from our perspective, you lose 1 outboard motor now, 30 grand, right?
I think those were 21 or 22 back then when they were bought. Yeah,
they're 30 now. So that's why I'm saying you get to the point where when we say our expenses are high, I don't think that projection, I hope it's high. But remember, we don't get a dime off of this under this contract for the first 9 months, not a dime. And then after the first 9 months, we get $500 a month. And then everything else is percentages. We get 3% or 2% of the dock profits, but we're paying 6% of them for the submerged land lease. So that's why I was saying from a business perspective, and that's the world I come from, is, without a cap, it just didn't work at all for me. Now, if he's willing to go with a cap, then
it changes the entire game.
Yeah.
But that's the piece, and it's probably 30 dog years right now since we've started negotiating this contract. We inherited this when we walked in the door set in January of 2015 is the first time we had conversation, and that was when when the 2 motors were paid for, the 2 outboards for boat number 2. And it's almost amazing that we were 7 years in negotiation on a contract that was already probably 7 years old when we got to it. There's no better good faith than that That's almost long time for longevity pay.
Yeah.
I just think that the reality of it is, this is the first time in 7 years that I've really heard you say, you or your representative say that you're even okay with a cap on this. And from just listening to what you just said, it's somewhere between 34 and 60.
Yeah, so it depends on, yeah, what all the city's gonna agree to cover, and then that'll, we look at where the cap is on those items, so. Yeah, we haven't said anything. I didn't know the cap was still an issue because it was at 60, and I felt like we could make it work under the 60, so.
60 was shot down when it was mentioned.
Yeah. Well,
I happened to be in the room. I was in the room that day.
Well, the structure's quite different now. I mean, everything's changed in the agreement, from the terms to the fuel, I've actually made a list of, pretty easy to look at, but the exclusivity, I mean, first of all, I don't know why we keep, somebody called me today, said they heard it on the radio that we were requesting the use of the entire riverfront. I've been saying since the very beginning, and I think Jonathan will back me up on this, we didn't want responsibility from the bridge all the way down to the docks. We never asked for it, didn't want it. That was a Zimbor deal. If you're going to be at the boat ramps, you're going to be responsible for the entire riverfront.
But you wanted to restrict uses outside of the restricted area.
What we're saying is, if you're going to set financial requirements to deliver money to the city, don't put a competing business next door to us selling the same product, doing the same service we're doing. That would make sense. Everything else is wiped off of there, the bicycles, everything else. We don't really care. We don't want somebody trying to do the exact same thing we're doing at the other end of the riverfront. If the city decides to do that 5 years down the road, it would make sense for us to invest and put all our money and effort and time into this, and then the city duplicate it somewhere else. So that's all we're saying. And then, so I think there's some misunderstandings on that.
I think you
never change.
I think you are still asking for exclusive control, because when I read in there, it said that any event, special event, whatever it may be, that you need to have a say so in.
We don't. We just need to know that they're going to happen so we can schedule accordingly. If we're booking, one of the things that the city docks were best for, and in the original discussions, would there be another 20 docks, is to bring boaters out of Jacksonville or close by. And you need to know when those slips are available so you can book them. But if you have a boating club call you and say, look, we want to bring 5 or 10 people down, you just need to know when there's going to be events and when there's not. We don't, some of that obviously got missed. We haven't had our attorney back involved in this in a while. I think we agreed with the city that we didn't need our attorney. Let's just get this thing done, and then we'll let our attorney look at it.
So question, do we,
Just complicate things every time.
so do we have a cap or not?
I'm fine with the $60,000 cap. If you want it less than that, we'll come back with our estimates. If you tell me whether there's 1 or 2 boats, right? And then if
That was the 2 boats was in it from the very beginning. So it's going to be 2 boats.
Well, but
I think
until
we've had a difficult time in getting a second boat, or the first boat actually, but we are advised right now that we should have the second boat. We're now hung up on the insurance. They agreed to provide insurance for the boat during transport, and then that ended up being not the case. So we're having to talk to our insurance company. We only had $2,500 tow coverage, which won't handle a $700,000 boat, to see what our increased premium would be. And it's just been one of those things. And I think all of you understand what we're dealing with in terms of the person we're dealing with, not Mr. Agassi, but on the other end of this thing. So yes, we should have it, but we are told it's on the trailer and ready to transport right now. That's what we're told. It would be transported though to St. John Shipbuilding and put in the water, and then it has to pass the water test from the Coast Guard before he can say he's got a boat to work with.
See, and I had heard rumor that it was actually going to be sold. So until today, we don't know that there's a second boat, until you tell me there's a second boat to factor in, which is a different style of boat, which creates opportunities in the winter season as well. You can run the newer boat more times than you can run the other boat in bad weather. There'll be more operational months.
I think for me, I don't think it's a matter of keep coming back and forth. We know it's 2 boats. So I would prefer us to get as close to having a product instead of us having to have this back and forth type thing, even if we get to the point of and we didn't say we were selling it. So it may have had conversations to see if it was possible, but we didn't say that we were. So I think in order for us to keep from the back and forth, we do have 2 boats.
Thank you.
Any other comments, concerns?
I think I know you guys got a lot on the agenda still. Is there an easy
No,
way?
sir.
No?
No, not for you.
I know, is there an easy way? Don put together this list of things that are of concern. So how do we communicate on that and solve the problems? It's not difficult if we can just communicate. So does Don have the authority to at least try to get us close here? Or do we come back and do it at a city commission meeting?
We thought this was it.
Yeah.
And are you
But we-
calling difficult to communicate, reaching out to us like 2 days prior to the meeting to talk with us individually? What are you calling difficult?
I didn't know, first of all, I didn't get this till today.
I just
So
think it's
nobody-
miscommunication because a lot of things, I don't want to say miscommunication. I just think that there's some miscommunication because assumptions, he says that he didn't know something and we saying that he should have known. But I mean, the reason I made the request that we have this put on the agenda at some point so that we could get over this, so that we could try to move forward, so that we could try to come up with a resolution as we have tried to do so before. But every time we come to this point, it's always something new that has not been taken in consideration. And I think, again, we as the commission, we're dealing with something, we're trying to rectify a situation that we didn't get ourselves into. This is probably before I was here. I mean, wait, before I was born. No, but serious, we are truly dealing with something and we all want to come to a resolve, but we want to make sure that we come to a resolve that's applicable for everybody, because we don't want to say, if we don't move forth with this contract, we are literally going to be back at square one, trying to start all over with whomever else may want to come in, or we may not even have anybody that wants to come in. So I think in good faith, he has stuck around this long. Let's try to come to a resolve of some sort if we're going to continue or if we're not.
I just want to clear up that, but I do know that, it was on my docket and I raised the question to make sure that we get this thing closed out. I think I brought it forward to the commission or what have you. Let's get this thing closed out. So, but I mean, again, it was a lot of enthusiasm in 2015 when I first came in here. You said that, you have ran boat operations for some time, and you thought that what was in the current, in those contracts at that time, because it was myself, Commissioner Campbell, and Mayor Hill, 2015, January 2015, when we had that meeting in here. But long story short, you were very excited, energetic, and you thought that you could move this forward. I don't know what stalled, some terms in the contract, whatever it may be, but long story short, we do need to bring this thing to a close. And I thought tonight was going to be the closing based on your best offers and what the city would do. So if the commission want to continue to move forward, we're closed. I'll be happy to do so, but we can't continue this on. We just can't.
I can't either. And I appreciate your concerns. If I could just take 1 second, you guys need to remember the history of this. It was put out for an RFP in 2013, I believe it was. We didn't want anything to do with the city putting in a marina. We're spending money there to develop ours. We put everything on hold because the city decided to do a marina. They didn't call it a marina. I responded to the RFP after 2 city commissions where I stood up and complained that the city shouldn't be in the marina business. Went forward with an RFP. That agreement back then has been a real problem all the way through, because that started as a whole other scope of an operation. This is a dwarfed very small operation, which is fine, but it takes a lot of adjustments to make it work. And I don't believe that Boathouse Marine or PBM has been the cause of all the delays. I mean, I respectfully I think Jonathan would look at the calendars and see what we've invested in this in time and effort. I mean, it's substantial. And we've tried to get this thing done.
So you don't think that, okay, so is it the cities? The city, oh, you're saying the
I think it's a lot of circumstances. We've been back and forth with, this is our, I don't know how many city managers we've been through trying to get this done.
That's not good, what you just said. You're saying the city is the reason why the contract, that we're not contractually.
I'm not
think
saying
his
it's the city
initial-
commissioner.
The initial point was, and this has been a stumbling point from the beginning, was that initially when the RFP was put out, he understood that there was going to be a large scale concession, i.e. restaurant. And he looked upon that as being a source of revenue. Then that got taken off the table.
I knew about that, the company that was selected, they had some other issues that killed that deal. Yes. I know about that.
I mean, that's why we're taking all this time. I think at the end of the day, I mean, and Commissioner, January 8th, 2015 was the date.
Right.
Now, we actually discussed this first. The reality of it for me is this. I don't want to carry this into 2022. I don't want to carry negotiations into 2022. If we're going to do it, we're going to get it done between now and then. In my mind, this is the first time that you ever put the cap out. And the stalls from the cap have been pre-pandemic. Your previous council that you had in place, we talked about dealing with concerns when we thought we were close to a deal, and you guys rewrote a deal that addressed our concerns by giving them a new name. All you did was rewrite the concerns in a different way with an entirely new contract during that time. Your red line contract was all red line. And so you get credit for a lot of delay because a lot of delays were on your part. We'll take responsibility for some delay as well. But I think overall, it doesn't matter. We're here today. And I can tell you, we're at the last shot for me. I think the reality of it is this is closer than we've ever been to striking a deal. Just to hear your one comment made more sense than sitting in all those other meetings I've sat in with you before. And it has to be tiring to you because it's definitely tiring to me.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to get it done. It's held us up. If we're going to move forward with the city, then we won't be doing certain things over at our marina, right? So it doesn't make sense to duplicate and work against the city. So that's what we've been waiting to know. I need to get this done, and the quicker we get it done, the better for everybody.
Can we hammer this out and get this knocked out based upon the concerns that are in there by the first meeting in December?
I think we can. Yeah, I'm good. I've got Thanksgiving to do, and that's it. I'm yours. You tell me when you want to do it.
And if we can't get it done at that point, can we agree that we're not going to get it done?
We can agree, yes.
In my opinion, we've got a checklist.
Okay.
I've got a checklist of the concerns.
Yes.
That I have. The cap eliminated it. Well, it's a game changer for me.
Right.
So at that point, I think we can go down the concerns. Scott said that they were willing to give on some of them.
Yeah,
Some of them may be just the way it's worded, but you do have it exclusive right now, the way that contract's worded on the whole riverfront.
Right. I think we've all exercised a lot of patience and want to get a deal done. But my thing is, let's agree that if we can't get this done by our next meeting, I think, which is plenty time to hash out the short number of details we've got in place, then we should all agree that we're not going to get it done.
Yep. So just tell me, how do we do that? Do I just sit down with Don and go through it, and then he gets with you guys, or?
He's got the list.
Okay.
You got counsel and you got Don.
All right.
And so I think this is the first time we can knock it out. Ms. Brown's been waiting for this boat since
I know.
Mondale, since Carter Mondale. So we are. So we've been trying to get this done. So I think this is, and it's up to the commission. That's just my thought, but it's up to the commission if we can get there. And I guess the question is, is everyone, what's your thought on that? And if so, we need a motion, I think.
I'll make a motion that the city manager and staff, legal, work with PBM to sort out the concerns that the list of concerns that we had, that we get those cleared, and we'll reconvene in December meeting.
There's a motion on the floor to second. Is there any further discussion? Questions called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna, for the sake of everyone waiting on other items, I'm gonna pass number 8 and 9, and we're gonna move into item number 10. We've got a lot of folks who are here for item 10. We will breeze through all 5 items on 10 so that we can respect time. We'll go through item 10 and come back to items 8 and 9. So at this point, we'll go into public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, I got a speaker on 7. I do. It wasn't you. You want to go ahead and speak? I'm sorry, Ms. Kitchen, I forgot you. I mean, I did, but you can come up now if you really want to. Okay, we're gonna cross your name out.
For more than 20 years, this vote has been on our agenda. One of the things was that when it first came up, there were people who laughed and called it my folly, because they didn't think the money could be raised for it. And the money got raised. It took 10 years to find a grant that I traveled somewhere everywhere to find and get it in. And then we worked with it. We took a nonprofit committee and put this thing together. It's been so long, all of them dead now. I hate to say this. The people who really worked, they didn't get paid, they didn't do anything. Mr. Costi, it was more than 15 years, about 13 years when they put an RFP out. One of the things is wrong is that the committee did a lot of research to find the money, get votes here. None of the city managers that we had since Mr. Bush left ever sat down and let us explain to them how we thought the boat should operate. We thought that the boat could operate without having the city to spend any money. I still think that's part of what can be done. If somebody will sit down and talk to us. I told Mr. Palatka when he started out and got the deal, we had to train people who got excited about us having a boat. They said they bring people down on day trips. While the train was going down, they drop them off, they pick them up going back to Jacksonville. They do it for weekends, they do it for weeks. And if we got with the restaurants and hotels and things, it would bring business into them. I would like to know that y'all take a good hard look. Waiting this long to get somebody to operate those boats. And he talks about the docks, those docks down there, part of what those docks, how they got there, they were paid through boat money. We have the state people, water management was gonna go in with us. The state parks people were gonna go in with us because they wanted another entrance to the river down there. And it was people who were interested in working with us to help it. And we were trying to promote the business so we can get it done without costing the city a whole lot. Plus looking for any other grants or opportunities. I wanted you all to know this because people who really worked and had nothing to, some of them didn't even live in the city, but they came to meetings and we traveled, looked at boats. 3 boats were given to us, 1 for parts, 2 for to be changed over. Mr. Costi thought they couldn't use 1 because VLAC and Crescent City wanted to join in with us too. So there are ways, if you really want to do something, you can really get it done. sitting here hearing how bad it is, how much it's gonna cost us. My family started 2 businesses and couldn't borrow a dime from a bank. And nobody had medical insurance for a hospital back then, but my grandma took people in and took care of them. So if we really want these boats, which were supposed to come to be a carrot or something to bring more people to Palatka, when you bring people in and see us, then they come and want to do stuff with us. We've lost all that. It's very disappointing, and I know y'all listening to me because I talk to you a lot when I catch you. But we've got business people in here and know if we all come together, look what they're trying to do with the airport. We just need a group to come together and make sure. And if you have to put the thing out to find somebody else to come run it, then stop messing around and do it. Man, I burned up, I done killed about 10 cars since I was on the city trying to find stuff. Y'all know.
Comments from Ms. Brown. Next up, Ms. Kitchen.
Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. I won't say everything I was going to say since you all have already voted to continue beating this dead horse. I'm very disappointed. You need to cut the Boathouse Marina off and just stop the negotiations and stop the contract. Everything I've heard tonight is deja vu all over again, as the great Yoga Berra used to say. Same words from the commission when it was my commission, and I voted against this, by the way. Same words from Boathouse Marina. Trying to nail a contract down is like trying to pick up Jello off the floor with your bare hands. I don't think it can be done. But you all decided to kick it down the road and beat the dead horse again. And I just think you need to cut your losses and drop this contract. And if Mr. Legacy wants to sue you for the $20,000 he threatened to several years ago, have him show you the financial records of how much money he's getting for the 2,800 people that Mr. Carr said has been down here for the Bartram Follies that went out on that boat at $35 a head. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown. Thank you. I appreciate you. We love you. So we're going to close that item. We're going to move on to item 10 of the agenda. At this point, we will go to public hearing. Ordinance 21-40, vacating and abandoning the portions of West Main Street located at North 19th Street, North 21st Street, second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance 2140, an ordinance of the City of Palatka, Florida, vacating and abandoning that portion of West Main Street located between North 19th Street and North 21st Street within the City of Palatka, according to that copy of Dick's map of Palatka on file at the Circuit Clerk of Court in Putnam County, providing for an effective date, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for scrivener's errors.
So moved.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. We're now open the floor for public hearings. Or anyone here for public hearing, you can use the yellow speakers card in the corner of the room, or you can dial 386-329-0100 extension 0. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we're going to close public hearing at this time. Is there any further discussion on this motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item B, ordinance 21-41, vacating and abandoning portions of North 21st Street between West Main Street and continuing 180 feet south, second reading. Just for the record, this is the one we voted down on first reading.
Thank you. Ordinance 2141, an ordinance of the City of Palatka, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of 21st Street between West Main Street and continuing 180 feet south within the City of Palatka, according to that copy of Dick's map of Palatka on file at the Circuit Clerk of Court of Putnam County, Florida, providing for an effective date, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for scrivener's errors.
So we voted it down. So moved. Am I right? Because I know we had some issues last time on how we went.
Right.
It's confusion.
You can move to vote it down.
Okay, so that's what I'm so moving, right?
You can move to deny if you choose to. So there's a motion to deny. There's a motion to deny. There's a second. Now open the floor for public hearing. Is there any public hearing at this time? Same rules apply. Seeing none, we'll close public hearing. All in favor of denying the vacation, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item C, orders 2021-30, adopting the community redevelopment plan update for downtown Palatka Community Redevelopment Area, providing for the extension of the Community Redevelopment Agency's operational time frame. First reading.
Ordinance 2021-30. An ordinance of the city of Palatka adopting the community redevelopment plan update for the downtown Palatka community redevelopment area, providing for an extension of the community redevelopment agency's operational timeframe pursuant to the Community Redevelopment Act of 1969, Chapter 163, Part 3, Florida statutes, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Do we have our representatives on the phone? Mr. Jones.
Yes, Mayor Hill, John Jones here from SNME 1615 Edgewater Drive, Orlando, Florida. I am available to answer any questions this time.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Jones? No questions from Commissioner Jones. Seeing no questions at this time, we'll open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Hearing no one, we'll close public hearing. Any further questions from the commission? Questions called, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hill.
Next up, orders 2021-42, amending homestead exemptions, Articles 8, Section 78-271, subparen C and D of the Palatka Municipal Code as it pertains to applying for additional homestead exemptions for certain low-income qualifying seniors. First reading.
Ordinance 2021.
Second reading. This is the first.
Reading. Ordinance 2021-42. Ordinance of the city of Palatka amending Article 8, a homestead exemption, Section 78-271 CD of the Municipal Code of the city of Palatka as it pertains to applying for an additional homestead exemption for certain low-income qualifying senior citizens, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and providing for scrivener's errors.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner McCaskill, a second by Commissioner Borum. Now, before public hearings, is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, will close public hearing. Is there any further discussion from the commission? Questions called, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And thank you to Mr. Parker for being here as well. Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Moving on. Ordinance 2021-43, amending section 10-3 and 10-4 of the Palatka Code of Ordinances by revising the location requirements and hours of sales of alcohol establishments in downtown Riverfront DR and downtown business DB districts. First reading.
Ordinance 2021-43, an ordinance to amend section 10-3 and section 10-4 of the Palatka Municipal Code by revising locational requirements and hours of operation for alcohol establishments in the downtown Riverfront DR and downtown business DB zoning districts, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Mr. Holmes, Ms. Walsh, who's taking this one?
Mr. Mayor, for convenience, I will essentially in response to direction from the commission that we received, I believe at the last commission meeting, we prepared a proposed ordinance which would amend your alcohol ordinance section 10-4 and I believe 10-3 of the alcohol ordinance by essentially eliminating the current locational restrictions that you have in the downtown business and downtown Riverfront districts, the separational distance requirements between alcohol serving establishments, which right now are 300 feet in the absence of a conditional use approval by your zoning boards. It would eliminate that requirement in the DB and DR districts We would also change the requirement of the separation between alcohol serving establishments and churches and schools to 100 feet in those two zoning districts. In addition to that, it would allow the serving of alcoholic beverages beginning at 9 a.m. on Sunday mornings. It would leave the closing time as it currently is on early Sunday morning, but it would allow alcohol to be served at 9 a.m. On Sunday mornings, again, in those districts that I've mentioned.
You got a comment?
Yeah. Manager, attorney, just in those two districts, do this ordinance only apply throughout the city to those two districts?
Well, the ordinance as it existed earlier or previously applied across the city, we specifically exempted the locational requirements for the distances in the downtown business and downtown riverfront districts by that wording, by specifically excluding them, that requirement in those districts. So, so in the remainder of the city, those same distance requirements would exist.
Is there any reason why you propose that versus just doing away with the requirements citywide?
Well, the most direct answer is that was the direction we got from the commission. From a philosophical perspective, it's been long talked about that we would be creating a entertainment district, so to speak, in the downtown business and perhaps downtown riverfront and downtown business districts. And that in that entertainment district, you might want to relax the requirements that you have for establishing distance between alcohol serving establishments because of the fact that you were looking at creating an entertainment district in those locations. In the past, we've had, I won't speak to some of the things that are going to be spoken to, but we've had inquiries from potential business owners, people who are going to build businesses or buy businesses, concerned about the fact that they were going to have to make a substantial investment in that downtown riverfront district, for instance, to have an alcohol serving establishment and then have to depend upon their ability to obtain a conditional use that would allow them to establish within 300 feet of another alcohol serving establishment. And that was an impediment. Now, you know, they could roll the dice and hope they got approved or not, but that was the impediment. So the commission gave us the directive to try to address that in those districts, which we did. Mm-hmm. And then the same with regard to distance between alcohol serving establishments and churches and schools. We reduced that to 100 instead of the previously existing 300 feet in those districts. But we didn't change the ordinance as to the remainder of the city. And I mean, obviously you can do what you'd like, but we were thinking that it was the desire of the commission to treat the downtown business and downtown riverfront districts different when it came to proximities of alcohol serving establishments.
Yeah, I just have a concern that if I had a business out on Highway 19, city part of it, if I wanted to do the same, that I had to get a variance versus I'd be included in this ordinance. So I don't know what the rest of the board feel on it, but it's just my opinion that I would, we said we were going to try something different. We're trying to be forward thinking, just doing away with the ordinance citywide or amending the ordinance, excuse me. This amendment citywide versus just those two districts. That's just my personal opinion. I want to put it out there. I don't know what the board favor.
Any comments based upon any comments or responses to Commissioner Jones's comments?
I actually would be in favor of Commissioner Jones' statement. I think if we're gonna look for change, let's go ahead and create the change now versus having to come back to this point if we can. So I would definitely echo the sentiments of that to let's go ahead and for me, I would be interested in making that change across the board.
And I share the same sentiment, because if we're gonna open it up for a particular area, it could put other establishments at a disadvantage in terms of being able to serve customers as well. So in terms of being consistent, we don't need to have it in one area and then you, okay, well, you can drink in this area, you can't drink in this area, you can't. So I think we need to be consistent across the board. And that way, people will know where they can and where they cannot in what hours without having to be, just not knowing and have some issues with the law.
Without just prolonging the meeting, consistency is key, and I just agree that we need to keep it consistent across the board.
Well, let's go through all of it. We got a number of speaker cards. This is I guess the other thing while we're on the consistency piece is the times. You're going from, we're 7 to 2, Monday through Saturday. I think we're 7 to 2 from Monday to Sunday. From an enforcement standpoint, police don't have to guess, have to figure out what day it is. It's always the same. It's got 9.
782A.
Yeah, we're just running it all the same.
And including Sunday.
And then the only other days you got differences are New Year's. Is the final ordinance the one that we have in the packet?
No, not in my opinion. I'm double checking right now, but I don't think it is. This doesn't have the specific exclusion of the downtown business and downtown riverfront from the locational requirements.
You may have a different one.
I may have a different one, but this is not the one that I read.
So,
Yeah, so I don't have a C in my packet now. The original ordinance does, and the subparagraph C under 10.3 would have does state a licensed premise shall not locate within 300 feet of any established licensed premise, provided, however, that a licensed premise may be granted a conditional use to locate within 300 feet of any established licensed premise. And then the added language was this provision does not apply in the downtown riverfront and downtown business districts. That's not in the ordinance that's in my packet. It may be in yours. And that's what I was concerned about. I don't see that it's not in mine. So
I've got A and B.
you have an A and B in mine, but you don't have the C.
A and B, and then it goes back to A Monday through Saturday in yours.
Maybe, but it's not in
It's
my
different.
packet.
It's different than one of the packets. So let's just refer to the one that's on the screen. Okay, I've got a number of speakers cards. I want to go ahead and let the speakers go ahead and speak first. I'm going to open the floor for public hearing at this time. And then first up is Wayne McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wayne McLean, 285 West River Road, Palatka, Florida. I'm here tonight as representing the Putnam County Chamber of Commerce as their chairman for this year. We applaud the commission for the infrastructure development that y'all have put in. It does not go unnoticed by the business community. And we applaud the commission for taking a look at the alcohol ordinance. Last Monday, we had a chamber meeting, a board meeting, and we approved without hesitation the support of the commission in revising the ordinance. Now tonight it's taken a little different turn, which we're in favor of, but I did want you to know that we do support it. And this has come about because of all the great developments that's going on in not only downtown Palatka, but in Putnam County in general. And Quint Studer is kind of the person that's been here. Many of you have heard him talk about one of the most important things we can do is to have an ordinance that allows for the serving alcoholic beverages in a less restrictive environment. So we applaud the commission for this, and we hold our lead support. From the chamber point of view, the lessening of restrictive environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie Douglas.
Good evening, Commissioners. Charlie Douglas, 117 North Second Street. I rise in support of this ordinance. I just would encourage the commission to rely on the advice of experts. Quint Shooter was here just a few days ago, and in the meeting at Valhalla Hall, Quint Shooter said that this ordinance is the #1 most important thing that the city of Palatka needs to do for economic development in downtown. So I just would encourage you to follow the advice of the experts and adopt this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Hosted.
Mayor, Commissioners. So thank you for addressing this. My name's Kathleen Holzknecht. I live at 113 Shell Trail, Satsuma. I work on behalf of One Putnam, which is a nonprofit organization that's bringing the community together to achieve a vibrant community. On January 9th of 2020, I brought to the commissioners, the city of Palatka, the suggestion to modify the existing alcohol ordinance to become a more friendly for downtown growth. Some of the confusion that we have right now about the exemption of the business district may have been what I brought forward on that night. So what we did was we researched what some of the other surrounding communities had, and Pensacola has been our model that we're looking at. So Pensacola, in our looking at their laws, they had exempted their downtown business district. So we went ahead and suggested that at that point in time. But I think we fully support what you're saying is it would be more consistent to have it throughout the county. I have no problem with that. And we've also had some mentions of Quint Studer, and he definitely has been our advocate and has supported this wholeheartedly. He has a quote for me to read to you tonight. By Pensacola exempting the dense business area from its alcohol ordinance restriction, it has allowed the Pensacola downtown business corridor to flourish and attract high-quality dining and entertainment establishments. I highly recommend that Palatka adopt something similar so its downtown can attract more dining and entertainment organizations. This ordinance update is vital to Palatka becoming a vibrant community. So that's the end of his quote. And so in closing, I have no problem in One Putnam representing them with your recommended change, I guess, and for more consistency. Thank you.
Jerry Hafner.
I'm Jerry Hafner, 122 Hilty Lane in East Palatka. I'm here tonight. I'm a member of Revitalized Historic Palatka, and of course, previously a member of Palatka Main Street. I'm excited, frankly, to be here to support this. It's something we've needed, I think, for many years. I'm not sure why we haven't gotten there before now, but I'm glad to see it come up. I'm also very pleased with Mr. Jones's recommendation to make this citywide instead of just in downtown Palatka. We finally have folks who have realized the potential of downtown Palatka, but to make them realize and make their dreams come true and provide them with some return on their investments, we need this to make them be successful. Thank you.
Jeremy Alexander.
Jeremy Alexander, 134 Timber Lane, Palatka. Also want to applaud the commission for being bold. My budget is a little bit smaller than Mr. Douglas, but I will keep my remarks short. My visual aid. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And obviously, Mr. Jones, also appreciate your improvements to the ordinance very much.
Rex Sloan.
Rex Sloan, PO Box 1257, Palatka, Florida. I'm obviously in support of the city's willingness to take a look at the ordinance. I think anytime the city can bring our codes in alignment with investment in the business district, it's good for our community. And I think you'll find this is the type of irrigation we need to grow the crops and economic development. I applaud you. Thank you.
Benji Bates.
Benji Bates, 3400 Curl Avenue, Palatka. Again, like everyone else, thank you I think it was a good meeting, a lot of energy with the kids. I think it's carried over. I think it was good to hear, that reminded me of the pep rally. I mean, too bad they couldn't go play tonight. But, I think good things are happening. I think the airport was a kickoff, and I think this is another thing. And so anything we can do to show the outside world and Palatka that we're open for business, we're ready for growth, we're ready to see that, I think is a step in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here for public hearing at this time? Mr. Best, you can fill out a card. You can come up, you can fill out a card later. You're not, we don't, your general public comment, if you're gonna speak on your mental health card, you missed your time. That had already passed. If you're gonna speak on this item, you can speak now. So if you're speaking on this item, then fine. Well, you're not gonna speak tonight. You're welcome. We've already closed public hearing.
Mayor Hill, when the floor is closed to public comment,
You got
person I have.
You got 3 comments that you want to read
Yes.
into the record. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. The first comment I'd like to read into the record is an email from Joseph B. Wiggins, Senior of the Wiggins Law Firm, PA, 91 Branscombe Road, Suite 17, Green Cove Springs, Florida, 32043.
Read it slow.
Yes, sir. Dear Clerk Krantz, please relay our support for amending the alcohol ordinance to allowing serving in the downtown area. Wiggins Investments of North Florida, Inc. is a new property owner at 613 St. John's Avenue and believes this issue has to be changed in order to revitalize downtown. Respectfully, Joe. That concludes the email.
Next one.
The next one is a phone comment that I received from Ed Killebrew, 508 Main Street, Palatka, Florida, 32177. His statement reads as follows. In support of changing the ordinance to where alcohol could be served earlier on Sunday. If restaurants can serve earlier, it would be beneficial to the downtown district. End of memo.
Is there another?
Yes, sir. The last I have is from Colin Bingham, 8237 Bay Tree Lane. His organization is CDCC, and he came in and signed his yellow speakers card before the meeting and regretted that he was unable to attend. His note says, I am in support of the revision of the liquor ordinance. End of comment.
Okay. Do we have to read the email, the comment that came via email that was forwarded to us?
If we, in fairness, go ahead.
I was on a copy list of email that was circulating around, but I didn't see that as being something that was something that we had to read into the record tonight.
I just want to make sure, just in case that person was expecting it and it not be.
Just read it for the sake of, so there is no, so that everything is being read in.
Mayor Hill, I'm not in receipt of this.
Commissioner Campbell, I think, has it.
May I be provided it for the record, please?
We'll have them forward it to you. It'll be on the recording too. Can you just read it? You can read it, Commissioner Campbell. I take it that means you didn't want to read it.
I wasn't gonna read it.
May I have the floor to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
From John Moore, sent Wednesday, November 17th at 8:08. Subject Thursday City Commission meeting. Good morning, Don. I'm away from Palatka until November 29th, so I'm not going to be able to attend the City Commission meeting on Thursday evening. However, I would like to express my support to change the alcohol ordinance to allow for more flexibility for businesses that wish to serve alcohol. Please convey this message to the mayor and the city commissioners. Also, if you can provide the contact information for the city commissioners, I will write to them directly. Thanks for your help. John Vanderwerf sent from my iPad.
Okay.
Which I did, by the way.
And he did too. I got it.
Is that all? Seeing nothing else, close public hearing at this time and reconvene discussion with the commission.
Motion to amend section 10.4 of the Black Code ordinances by revising the location requirements and hours of sale alcohol establishments throughout the city limits.
Second.
Mayor Hill, may I please interrupt? There was a motion on the floor by Commissioner Campbell to approve in the very beginning of the discussion. Has it been withdrawn for the record?
Withdrawn.
You gonna withdraw that motion?
I have to withdraw the motion.
I don't have, I can restate. Do I have to?
It have to be withdrawn.
So could I ask a question? Are you squared away on the motions in the second, Sonny?
No, sir, I'm not.
You spurred away on it. I got an easy way to do it. Can you withdraw your motion from me?
Okay.
Is there friendly to whoever seconded it?
Second.
Commissioner McCaskill? Okay. So there's no more motions on the floor as of this time.
Okay, so if the ordinance that you have on the floor tonight that has been advertised and that the public's been made aware of is up there on the screen. If your intent was to simply eliminate the 300-foot locational distance separation between alcohol serving establishments, your motion could be to approve the ordinance striking subparagraph C, because that's the only location where the 300-foot separation between licensed establishments is found. On the other hand, if you're wanting to eliminate that restriction as it applies to distance between alcohol serving establishments and churches and schools or daycares, it's going to take a more substantial revision.
So the new motion can include striking paragraph C. Is that what you're saying?
So
I'm
strike
just sorry.
paragraph C, make the motion to make it across the city of Palatka and not just to the downtown.
Council, can you advise, please?
He just advised.
No, he said it's gonna be more substantial.
Oh, you want council to advise? I'm sorry.
I agree with the city manager's assessment. If you want to eliminate it in the downtown area, strike subsection C. If you wanted to go even further for across the board, then we have to redraft what we have there, or you guys have to tell us how to draft it so that we can, might be even have to be re-advertised.
See, I know I'm not the attorney, but just for clarification, I played like I was one for 44 years. So if you look at C, that's your only prohibition for alcohol serving establishments locating close to, next to each other. C says a licensed premise shall not locate within 300 feet of any established licensed premises, provided, however, that a licensed premise may be granted a conditional use to locate within 300 feet of an established licensed premise. If you eliminated that, you don't have a prohibition in the ordinance that would restrict a licensed premises ability to locate next to another licensed premise. You just strike the whole C. What I had done earlier was I had added, in my capacity as acting, I'd added, this provision does not apply in the downtown riverfront DB and downtown business zoning district. So I had left the 300-foot exclusion in, but I had eliminated it in the DB and DR districts. But if you want to just eliminate it across the board, just as the licensed premises, all you got to do is strike the whole C, just as it's written up there. Just move to approve the ordinance, striking subparagraph C, and you've eliminated it. Now, if you want to go further as to churches, and eliminate any restriction as to them and licensed premises and schools, then we are going to have to redraft the ordinance. Because right now, if you struck C, what you'd be left with would be an ordinance that allows licensed premises and churches to locate within 100 feet of each other in the DB and DR districts, but keeps them at 300 feet in the remainder of the districts.
We talked about time. We didn't talk about distance. We talked about time. You was to eradicate. You didn't say that.
What do you want, Commissioner John?
as I said, so however it has to be done. To eliminate the distance in the second, subsection 10-4 as well. So this is what we're amending 10-3 and 10-4, right? That's what.
10-4 just has to do with hours though.
10-4 is time.
Right. So the hours gonna be the same across the board throughout the city. Yeah.
Monday through Sunday? That's what you're saying, all
Yeah,
7
it's
days?
consistent,
You're
right?
just taking
Because
off
if you go, even though Chili's don't open like that, but just say, use it as an example.
You're saying,
Establishment that serve alcohol, they'll be happy to do the same thing out there as they would downtown.
I get it.
Part of this, if you look at subsection B, the conditional use would still be a part of it as it relates to religious and daycares. And do you want to eliminate the conditional use? Do you want to eliminate the distances? I mean.
Let me kind of make it clear. What we're trying to establish downtown in the downtown business district, we want to establish it citywide throughout. Any other questions?
That was not what was stated.
This is me talking. I mean, you gonna tell me what I said?
I'm trying to get you to understand what you're saying now is not what was stated first.
I
You're
said.
talking about time.
Hold up.
I did not say time. I said the
Commissioner
same
Jones,
thing.
hold up. Commissioner Jones has the floor. State your motion as you want it for clarity.
I pose a motion right now to amend subsection 10-3 and 10-4 of the Palatka Code of Ordinances by revising the location requirement and hours of sale of alcohol establishments throughout the city limits of Palatka, striking paragraph C.
And leaving the remainder in. So which means you leave the conditional use like we're in. Okay.
You're also leaving the distance requirements in for churches and schools and
Right.
alcohol serving establishments.
And daycare.
Well, why does it say it here in this? I'm reading verbatim what you're asking about amendment.
Is that what
Well,
you originally stated,
Well,
city
that's-
manager
That's why they
Holmes?
put C in.
So.
City manager Holmes, is that
so-
what you originally stated?
Yeah, I mean,
It's tomato. It's what they're saying the same thing in two different ways. So they're literally saying the same thing. On the only clarification I need as far as your motion is concerned is on your times. In your time, because you didn't specify how you want the time adjusted so you're saying you want the time to be under paragraph A, you want that to be extended to Sunday?
It's gonna have to be a whole, it's a whole,
It's
gonna be a whole different
it's
ordinance, so
gonna
it's
be.
gonna have, we're gonna have to come back, this is gonna have to come back, you can't make a motion on this tonight, it's a whole different
Listen,
ordinance.
hold up, Commissioner Campbell. Let him go ahead and say what he's got to say. Go ahead, Commissioner Jones. Your intent is to extend the time to 7 a.m. on Sundays in the district. Is that what?
No, it's at 9 o'clock a.m.
Well,
Do you want it at 9 or you?
9 o'clock. Oh, well, you guys say strike C.
C's not got anything to do with time.
Here it is. The ordinance here that's to be amended is the same ordinance I just said.
Look at B.
yeah, make a
So
statement.
look at B on what you
Sunday
got.
from 12 noon to 12 midnight.
Look at the last sentence.
Oh.
9 a.m. to midnight on Sunday.
Well,
So
So, I mean,
what is this motion?
No, he said go.
because my motion, I said motion. Motion remains the same what I just said. And so if it didn't include it, then we have to come back. I guess it don't address what I'm saying.
What do you want to do with the time? We don't understand.
It's the time to state it,
You
12
want the
a.m.
time to stay where it is.
Yeah.
So your motion is your motion is to take out paragraph C and to change and to adopt it as written as it relates to time.
Right, yeah, I'm sorry for that confusion.
Listen, that's what we're taking.
I'm sorry for
So
that.
there's a motion on the floor.
Still not what he said.
So that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna take this motion. I'm not gonna be here all night. So we're gonna, so right now,
That says 9 o'clock. You said 7 o'clock. It needs to be Monday through Sunday, Sunday through whatever. That time is wrong. That says 9 to 12. It needs to be 7 to 2 a.m. Monday through Sunday, right? Thank you.
Well, what Campbell said.
That's what I've been trying to say.
all right. So for the record, so that it's clear and I don't do this again. Your motion is to exclude subsection C under 10.3 and to remove all language, all restrictive language in 10.4 and make paragraph A be from 7 a.m. Monday through, from 7 to 2 a.m. Monday through Sunday. So that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Campbell. Commissioner Boer.
I just have a question because what I heard council stated, and I agree, I certainly support that, but my understanding was that if you struck C and you made any other modifications, that would be a major modification and that would bring on a whole different, I don't know if we can go in and make additional modifications with this, with what's before us. Is that correct?
He struck C. That's two different sections.
No, I know he got C, but I'm just trying to clear it with council because I heard. Correct. I mean, so my understanding it needed to be re-advertised based on what was put out there because of the, it wasn't put before.
Okay, can we not use?
It wasn't advertised.
Can we not use this, what was stated, to re-advertise and come back to us? Thank you.
You got a second reading, first of all. You can make modifications to what's been.
But I mean, I'm just trying, I support the deal, but I just want to be clear from council standpoint.
Y'all making this hard.
Exactly. We'll make the modifications, Mayor, and bring it back.
So.
Make a second reading.
Yeah, so there's a motion on the floor. There's a motion on the floor to exclude C and to change the language from Monday through Sunday on 10.4 to make the language Monday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. And that would exclude B altogether. On 10.4. Takes all your restrictions out of 10. And that's taking the restricted language out of B. So motion on the floor in a second. Any further discussion? Questions called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. It's gonna be a whole rewrite. So moving back, just for the purposes of moving to item number 9, item number 8 on the agenda. Hold up. Come on now. Discussion item, travel policy, expense modification to allow payment in advance for anticipated expenses associated with travel for city business. Someone want to take travel policy? Not everybody at the same time. Go ahead, Ms. Shank.
This item was brought to our attention by Commissioner Jones wanting to talk about the current policy. And as you all know, you do set the policies that we follow. Currently, the city does bear the cost for certain expenses up front. I did some extensive research. I also looked at the statute, what is allowable and what other agencies currently do. And most agencies do not provide an advance to staff unless there is an extenuating circumstance such as travel in excess of 5 days, which our current policy does have written in there, or if you are traveling out of state. Right now, our policy states that breakfast is reimbursed at $8, lunch at $12, and dinner at $20. So for a total of meals, it's $40 for the day. Mileage is 56 cents per mile. However, if a city vehicle is used, we would not reimburse mileage to the staff. The question at hand is if the city would like to amend the policy to allow for travel advances, striking the 5 days of travel.
Mr. Jones.
As employees travel with the city on city business, I think that not knowing someone's financial stability status, we just had a pandemic going on. I think that the city should front the money for travel for any employees that's going out on travel. Because we actually signed for the reimbursement prior to leaving. So what you're signing, you signed to get reimbursed. Right now, currently, it hasn't been a requirement on any trip that I've taken that you bring back any receipts because all the travel arrangements is handled by the city clerk. So that stuff is confirmed up front that you're going to attend, they're paying. And so why not get the travel reimbursement as you leave and go on your trip to pay your expense. Second thing I saw was a number 4, the meal reimbursement is available for overnight travel only. So that's saying if you're going to a conference and you are there leaving 6 that morning to get there at 8 for a 9 o'clock conference, you don't get breakfast or lunch. So I want to discuss it because I saw it here and I just want to bring it to your attention. That's what it says here in this policy. So the policy need revising. How much we want to revise it, that's up staff, but I did want to bring it so that we could discuss it. Like we're policymakers, so that's the only thing. It really not that big a deal to me, but as we were discussing, it's almost in the spirit of when we discussing that, the hardships on the employees and we're trying to get them money. So what about when they go? So that's it.
Any comments from the commission? Manager, you got anything else?
I appreciate Commissioner Jones bringing it up, but I'm fine with being paid after the fact. I just got a concern about being paid beforehand. I'm fine. I mean, I'm good with the policy staying as it is as far as being paid.
My only thing is I'm fine with either before and after. My problem comes with when it's stated that if we are at a conference and we say, for instance, we're at a luncheon, a lot of the stuff that's provided at those luncheons, we don't eat. And we're not paid for those meals. Half of the time when we leave those luncheons, we end up going out to get something to eat. So I would recommend that we have the entire per diem for meals as it stands by the state and do not limit us to what they provide. And I can speak more specifically. We have vegetarians, we have pescatarians, and a lot of times what they have at those at those dinner receptions or even dinner receptions, it's not what we eat individually. So I would make the recommendation that be lenient and that we have the per diem for those meals, which is $40 per that entire day, which still doesn't cover anything, but it's a shot.
I do want to say that when you return from travel is when you actually notate the meals that you paid for or needed on your trip. And I do not scrutinize that at all. I understand that people do have allergies, food sensitivities, things like that. So that's never been an issue as far as things getting processed on our end.
I'm just saying, when we were getting paid before, if there was a conference that we had a meal that was provided by whomever, we didn't get paid for that.
That's what I'm saying. Well, that's,
Just for the record, I hardly ever eat at them anyway. I'm very finicky eater.
I'm fine either way it goes, but in terms of but in terms of getting paid prior to, sometimes when you have situations like that, if individuals don't complete that travel, I think it kind of creates some issues as it relates to refunding or booking entries and different things of that nature from an accounting standpoint. Now, I do know that I spoke with the finance director, and my understanding is that they're going to be looking at getting P cards. And so if we get P cards, we have the flexibility and options in there to do we not? Yes, I see some heads nodding. Is that not true? If you don't have flexibility with the P cards, yes or no?
Not with meal purchases, no.
Okay, well, so I didn't capture that. But that being said, I agree with Commissioner Jones with the way that, if you need the flexibility, and Commissioner Campbell in terms of the flexibility to be able to purchase outside of what's being presented to you, because I've been at the conference as well, and it's you sometimes pay $30 for something that you don't really want at those little breakfasts that they have at the hotels. So I support their stance.
The $8 for breakfast and $12 lunch, $20 dinner. Is that state industry standard? Is that policy? We came up with where that come from?
That is our policy. I will say in my experience, in the various agencies that I've worked for, we actually did per diem based on the area that you went to, and it did fluctuate. So if you travel to an area that the state had the standard of a $5 breakfast, that was your reimbursement. And that was part of your travel authorization that had to be done upfront.
Yeah.
So that is something I think we should revisit.
City manager can attest, we went to go find something to eat, and dinner, I say we went to find something to eat, and the dinner was like $60. So $20 is,
You're right.
So, and that's why I was saying, it's not for me personally. When I look at a policy like this, I think of the employees as a whole, because some are not able to front that money. And that will help. That's why for them, I know it's reimbursement, but sometimes you get up front. So it doesn't really matter to me either way, but I would like to, so we could look at this, the amounts, and try to help them out. Be flexible. If they need it, we could get it to them up front. It's not written in stone that we just can't give advance per diem amount. So that's it. I just want to make that point, Commissioner. So I won't take no more time on that.
The only concern that I have is that if a traveler does not go, how are we to be notified that they did not attend? How do we verify that information?
9 times out of 10, they're gonna tell you they can't go. Right?
That is not true, no.
What cases do we have that somebody was supposed to be somewhere where they didn't show up at all?
I can, correct, and I can come back to the commission with that information, but that has happened. And at that point, the city bears the cost because sometimes it's not refundable.
Well, sometimes you can't.
I mean,
I understand, sometimes there's unforeseeable events, I understand that, but the issue then becomes that the finance department would then be responsible for collecting the money back and you know, that's just an added layer of work.
Sometimes you gotta do work, but things happen. And let me just say, I think that that's a valid point and it need to be addressed. And so we're discussing it now. Are we gonna address it now?
It's an action item. So
Huh?
it's an action item. as
Okay.
well.
So,
So before you do that, is it permissible?
Yes.
what from this?
Advances.
Oh. But at first, so we found out it is.
Yes, per statute.
So can we just put some on the floor right now to just? It's nothing to go on the floor. If it's permissible, it can just be asked for, right?
So in other words, if advances are available, and if you need one, you can go ask for one. How, and other than that, we'll be reimbursed when we come back, just like we.
Right
have.
now, as we sit, it would violate our policy, correct?
Correct.
So
You
it's
gotta
permissible
change.
by state law, but it would require modification of our
You gotta
policy.
change your policy.
And that's what you're asking.
Right.
What to be permissible if we want it, but not something that should just go ahead and advance me for. For example, I got reimbursed. I didn't get charged for parking due to some issues with the hotel stay. Get where I'm going? So, and I just thought, and I get in mind, and I'm wondering, was parking included? Because sometimes, see, there we go. Check can't be cashed. Parking was not included. You get where I'm going? So I prefer to do it when we return, because valet wasn't available. You get where I'm going? Self-parking was charged. Valet wasn't available, which it usually is. And I think that's what you will add in there. Sometimes valet parking is included. Now, if there are some, excuse me, modifications on the stay, right? Okay, so if I get my check first.
No, I'm saying even if it was valet, it was the same price. It wasn't a difference.
Okay, valet is not always the same at every hotel. It's different a lot. Valet usually costs more. Am I right?
No, but I'm saying when we do that, we often know, I'm just for conversation.
Sometimes she pays.
Right.
Here's where I'm going. If she goes ahead and gives me that check and includes valet parking, I take the check and cash it. I get there, for example, due to the pandemic, valet parking was not available. So therefore, I would have to reimburse. I don't want to go through all of that. I have to go back and get a city money back, going back through the paperwork. You get where I'm going? So I had an issue with my stay, and she modified my parking. So now I got to look back because I think I signed for it. Am I right? Parking was not charged, so therefore I can't. If I would have, I can't cash this check. It's got to be reprinted.
Parking's gonna be charged to your card.
Right.
No, the city's current policy, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Shank, I don't mean to overstep, but being they're pointing at me, I assume I have the floor. In the past, per the city's policy, parking is a reimbursable expense. So whatever your agenda says is the cheapest way to park is what I've typically booked for the commission and asked that it be reimbursed to the commission.
So what's the pleasure of the commission? I don't want to.
That we revamp this policy, sit down on all aspects of it. Now, let me give you a.
Wait, I agree,
Oh.
Commissioner Jones, with the advance being available.
I get what
if
you're saying.
needed. Okay, that's what I need you to say, if that's your, is that what you're asking? Is
I
that
know, I
what
was
you're-
gonna give an example of what happened, just like you just said about the parking.
Give a quick example.
No, just like Commissioner McCaskill, okay? I was slated to go down the day, I guess the Wednesday, and I didn't get to the hotel till the next morning, okay? So, no, I didn't get paid for it, they paid for it. They paid for it in advance, right? So, you want me to pay that back? Unforeseen stuff, just like, if I had to tell her, fine, but anyway, so I wasn't there.
Yes,
The city knew about it because the city hadn't checked, and they called me and told me that the city had checked and see was I there.
we did not check. We were informed by the hotel that you did not show up.
Right, so regardless, you guys know. So why did you come back? Was that included in my check for parking or whatever? Was parking included in my check? Under your knowledge that I wasn't there that night. Now, that's a question.
So, and that's kind of the direction that I'm going. So if you didn't show up that night and we had paid you for dinner that night, you would owe that money back to the city.
Still ate dinner. I was en route. Matter of fact, so if
You were not en
For
route
another time.
before the
For
specified
another time.
time according to our travel policy.
All right.
I relinquished it for.
But he didn't leave before the specified time that would allow for dinner expense.
All right, okay. Is there a motion or are we keeping the policy as is or what are we doing?
There are, Mayor, for the record, there are things that I would like to update in all of our policies. Travel, I would like to revisit. I wouldn't mind putting in that verbiage, should that be the wish of the commission. However, I do feel like it should be within extenuating circumstances, that would not be the norm, that every time there is a travel, that it would be done in advance.
You're gonna put GSA standards in?
And while we talking about it, can we book our rooms under our own names and not? I need
That's,
my
yeah,
point.
we can deal with that. outside of
When we
that.
get P
That's
cards,
me.
Can we do GSA standards? On per diem?
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
It's a federal standard for per diem. It sets the rates. That's what you need.
Based on the area code,
It's a lot.
yes, that is something that I want to change.
Okay. So I'll entertain a motion to allow Ms. Shank to bring forth a draft for commission approval of the policy, of a new policy.
Second.
Motion on the floor is second. Motion by Commissioner Campbell, second by Commissioner McCaskill. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to the calendar. Direction on 2022 calendar, Ms. Krantz.
Thank you, Mayor Hill. I'm bringing up the calendar. Mayor Hill, the calendar before you, I do need clarification from the commission as to whether they wish to cancel the second meeting in January. It's my understanding that the city commission will be in Tallahassee the 26th and the 27th for rural counties days. There would be a normal fourth Thursday commission meeting on the 27th. In discussion with the commission and their travel arrangements for January, the pre-travel arrangements, I had one commissioner reference that he did not wish to cancel this meeting, and I had another commissioner wish that they did cancel the meeting. So I'm leaving it up to the commission of whether they want to cancel it or not cancel it or move it or however, whatever their appetite is.
So my question would be, we're in Tallahassee both days, and we still want to try to make it back from Tallahassee and have a meeting.
Sure we did last time.
We normally come back once, I mean, because we're there the day before and then we check out the next day and we're done about noon, around 2.
So that's a yes. That's what,
No,
to my
not really.
answer. my
No,
question.
I'm just saying we're normally done about 2. So then we just travel back, but whatever the will of the commission is, however.
So I go back to my question.
No.
Is that what I asked, I
I-
said,
you
we're in
said
the
that,
26
yes.
and 27. And then I said, we were asking for us to have a meeting when we come back. You said that's what we did the last time. So is that a yes to my question?
Yeah, that's what we did last time. I don't want to do it again.
Me either.
That's, well, we'll move the meeting. We'll request to move the meeting.
So Ms. Krantz, the majority says move the meeting, cancel that meeting. Commissioner Jones, what's your thought?
As long as it gets paid in advance.
Switzerland.
Y'all don't want me to say that.
Well,
That's a 10-4.
All right. All right. I'm glad everybody can laugh at 7 o'clock at night. Okay, we've got that covered. Anything else on the calendar that you guys want to discuss? You'd like to
Moving along in the calendar, when we get to the summer months, I've kept it typical to what the commission's previously done. I've got the first meeting in June canceled, the first meeting in July canceled, the first meeting in August canceled, And then when we move on down into the holiday months in November, we're canceling the week of Thanksgiving, and then canceling the week of Christmas.
It never fails. We always still end up having a counts of months.
It's, yes.
Yeah.
It balances out. Don't blame me. I'll take a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor, second by Commissioner Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Now we move on to comments. We will start out with the gas authority today. You still awake? You still with us? Hey, I'm ready for that. We got anything in the back from general services? Justin, glad to have you.
Try and keep this brief. As you're aware, you approved a grant application tonight totaling $880,000, $190,000 in city match focused on this project. Mr. Rollenwider is here from Passer and Associates, and he can speak to what they have determined in regards to what's required for a fire sprinkler system and as well as the roofing project. Mr. Cutright, I believe, is still on the phone, but I'll go ahead and speak for him to keep it quick. The repair is holding. We do not have any active leaks in the roof. The intent of this discussion is to confirm if the commission is okay with holding off on the necessary improvements to occupy the building until we can find out if we're lucky enough to get the grant. I state that simply enough, Mr. Holmes.
Right. I mean, I guess just for clarification, if we hold off on the roof repair, then all we do is risk a leak. My question, I think their question is going to be, if we hold off on the sprinkler system, does that mean we can't occupy the building?
That is my understanding.
It is your understanding that we can't occupy the building?
We cannot.
What kind of time frame are we talking about as it relates to the grant? I mean, that would kind of.
Grant closes November 30th. You would hope within 30 to 60 days, you hear back, probably 60 days as to what the awards are going to be.
It's about January, sometime January.
Typically, state administered grants like this, anywhere from 6 to 12 months if awarded to get a contract in place.
I have a question. Would the improvements that we do be counted towards our match? If we did it ahead of the grant award?
Yeah, typically you cannot incur the cost for the match until you're under contract with the granting agency.
Right.
But just to underline, how long do you think we probably have to wait to get a sprinkler system in after we decide to move forward, whether it be by grant money or city money?
Justin, can you speak to that?
I mean, I guess you're asking that as far as if we decided to do it today, how long it would take to implement the construction of it, or you're?
Yeah, I mean, how long, because they're gonna have to make a decision of how long they're willing to wait. So I'm saying, once the money's available, whether it be by grant or them appropriating money, how long would it be before the sprinkler system is in and we could get a certificate of occupancy?
It's a few months anyway. You have to get a set of drawings out, bid it, award a contractor, and then the construction process is probably about 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months, I would think, once they start construction.
So 2 to 3 months once they start construction, and how long to get the construction?
Probably about the same amount of time. You have
6
about a
months.
30-day, bid period.
That's what I'm trying to clarify and underline. So if I'm understanding, you're saying, you're explaining to the commission that you're probably looking at 6 months from the time someone pushes the button and says, go forward with the sprinkler system until the sprinkler system is in.
Unless there's a path to do design build and award that and cut your bidding time frame and all that and start construction right away.
So if we wait for the grant, Jonathan, that's how long, how many months?
Same.
Waiting for the grant. So you could be 18 months out.
Or you could be ready when the grant is awarded.
Yeah, whichever you, I mean, whichever you prefer.
But he also mentioned too about the set of drawings. Sound like the drawings are not done and getting those ready, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming a relatively reasonable schedule, but you'd have to start, there's no design has been completed for a sprinkler system, just the code findings that determine that there's no way around a sprinkler system. So we'd have to start, with an award of a design for that system and then bid it through a standard design bid build process, if that was the procurement path.
But there's no existing infrastructure for a sprinkler system in there at all.
No.
So.
No, it was built in the 60s.
Had fire.
Yeah, well,
Florida Building Code.
Well, that was a grandfathered in, right? I mean, where they was under that structure, and once it changes occupancy, now you gotta meet the current requirements. So that's the threshold.
So you employing logic in this situation won't work. We tried that. We tried it and the building code just didn't have a logical solution.
So we're looking, what, 6, 12, 18, 6, 12, 18 by 18.
I even
12,
tried to
18.
blame it on Chief Taylor, but it wasn't even his fault.
There was something that you said, Commissioner Boreham. The one thing that you could do is kind of what you're doing with the roof now. You have authorized Password and Associates to proceed with preparation of those plans and bidding documents. So we could advance some of these projects to a point where we're just not authorizing a contract. Typical of what we do on some of the airport projects, where we get the plans and the bidding in place and we put it in the procurement so that those individuals bidding on those projects are well aware that we anticipate the funding coming at a later date and they need to hold their pricing for that period of time. So that is an option.
Right, but the other key point too, we're betting, or we're hedging that we're gonna get the grant. That's what we're hedging, but do we know for sure what's the probability of getting the grant? That's where that's where the,
That's probable.
Well, there's a 100% probability that you have to fix the roof, and there's a 100% probability that you have to put the sprinkler system in. So
Right.
the point is, if you're willing to use some of those dollars, you can advance those efforts to kind of save on some time if and when the grant funding is awarded. And if it's not, then you just move forward and you haven't lost any time.
So like opera funds.
Well, the reality is this: you're basically saying, "Am I willing to wait 6 months to see if I'm going to save a few $100,000?" That's what you're saying, and that's
Well,
just.
yeah,
That's
I
what you're saying.
don't think we're in a position to be waiting that long over a period of time to have a building just sit and wait. So we
I'd
gotta
be-
do it. We're gonna have to do it anyway. So
I'd rather wait than spend if we can save that kind of money.
we can wait. We'll wait.
I just think that, we're talking at least 800, almost $900,000 in grant funding.
Right.
And if you're I'll wait 6 months to see if we can get 880 from somebody. And, we'll deal with the carrying cost to make sure that the facility doesn't fall apart during that time. But there are other things that we can do outside of that.
So that's just the gymnasium part of it.
This is a
right?
gym.
That's the whole facility.
That's
the whole facility. That's the whole facility
So that
because,
means, wow, that's a whole different ballgame.
because in a nutshell, it's like, so the explanation was it's a K through 12, it was a K through 12 school. And we're no longer used as a K through 12 school, which triggers all the other compliance issues. So that's why you got to sprinkle the whole building. So you would think that because the school had way more traffic than we're gonna have, that would be the answer, but it's the difference in use that triggers what's in place. And we're bound by the same rules that we bound everybody else by. And so it puts us in a very odd position. But And I can tell you, I think there was a meeting at the county complex, and I think Justin has basically tried to take every level of interpretation to get to where he is. In some cases, he disagreed with interpretations that were there, and it all came back to the same answer. No matter who you ask, getting second, third opinions from people in other communities, it all came back to the same answer. And that's where the issue is. And it doesn't make sense based on daily logic. It only makes sense if you read the building code.
I thought we had the money already allocated in the budget we put it in about the sprinkler system, and then we said we need to go ahead and move forward. Now it sounds like we're going backwards and waiting. If the money's there, I say let's get the sprinkler system going, whatever it takes, let's get it going, so that by the first of the year, we can have tenants in there if they're gonna be there. We can have programs, which I know we've been waiting to see how we're gonna use that facility, especially with the community. That's just.
If we practice a little bit of patience, then we can give the community another $1 million worth of programs. Just depends on if you want to give them programs in 3 months or you want to give them programs in 9 months. I think at the end of the day, we're not talking 200,000, we're talking 880,000. And you got to figure out how valuable $880,000 is to a community that doesn't have a whole bunch of resources.
So the cost of the sprinkler system is?
The grant opportunity is 880,000. The cost of the sprinkler system is gonna be over 100,000.
Right. So we have that allocated that we could go and pay the $100,000 cost.
And then if you get the grant, you still gotta put another 190,000 up so that you can get back to that number. If you start spending the money before you contract. So you could be spending you could spend good money on twice. Just the way you do it.
And to me, Mayor, that's a no-brainer. I say wait for better opportunities.
I mean, we'll know. I think we'll know pretty quickly whether we got the grant or not. If you get the grant, then the next question becomes, how patient are you to wait for the contract? And then we can push for the contract to come in faster and have the system designed by the time it's time to pull the trigger.
We have more control over that.
So during that time, nobody could occupy the Jenkins Gym.
Correct. I'll entertain emotions on this item. It's not an agenda item, so we just need direction. So what's the direction of the commission? Jones says pull the trigger.
I say wait. I say wait.
I say wait.
Says wait.
I say wait.
3 waits. Commissioner Campbell. All right, well, we're gonna wait, and that's where we are. 4-1, unofficially. What's your next question?
Well, clarification. We're currently under contract right now to get the plans and the bidding documents in place for the roof. Are we to keep proceeding with that effort so that we can be prepared?
I mean, we can get the bids in place and just pull the trigger as we wait for this, because it makes more sense to do it all at one time.
How much is the cost of getting the plans, the bidding documents together?
Because the original plan was to do the roof and the sprinkler system all around the same time, and the AC.
So it's just for the roof, for the code review. It's the current scope and fee. So the commission wants to get, say, a design build package prepared for the sprinkler system. We'd have to start working on that now.
What do you anticipate that fee being about the same?
I mean, my thought is that you would probably solicit a design builder or a fire protection company to do that. It doesn't make sense for like somebody like myself to do that.
Right.
Yeah, you solicit a package for a fire protection company to provide that.
And then do an award from there.
Yeah.
So just to go in reverse just a little bit. We talked about ARPA funding that could be used for that facility as well. Have we explored those options at all for funding, City Manager? Lauren?
Obviously, you haven't decided as a commission what your priorities are for the ARPA money. The most recent guidance from the feds only came out on Wednesday. We're doing our best to put as much certainty together as possible for you to come up with your priority list on ARPA money. Is it possible we could use the ARPA money? It's possible.
Yes, so, and I'm just putting it out there. So when there's other funding sources, we'll be asked to either proceed or hold off, but we're not talking about all the funds, you know. I just think that all of it should be discussed so that we would know, hey, if the funds are there, go ahead. But if we're talking about waiting for that just one particular funding source that may or may not come, you know, we're banking that it come, you know, it's holding up process. That's my thought process. And we did mention the ARPA funding and that it was available for that source. And I think that's why we said, let's go ahead with the HVAC, let's go ahead with the roof as well as the sprinkler system, because it's infrastructure.
Beat the dead horse. We already made the 4-1 vote.
No, but I'm not beating dead horse. I just want to make it clear so
Definitely
that
beating it.
we know that those options are out there, and you know, so when you make a decision that it's out there, we know.
You sure? All right, so are we looking at design? So the recommendation is that we look at design build on the sprinkler system.
Roof. I understood you was talking about design build on the roof. Sprinkler system was, you said
Yeah.
the contractor would do that.
LPC.
Whether you call it design build or by the contractor, they would do the shop drawings and do the construction. I mean, the roof.
It's already moving.
Discuss the alternative option.
Which one has been discussed?
The commission has not been briefed on the alternative.
Well, tell us now.
I don't know what's been discussed. Do you want me to just
The alternative option.
Listen, it's 10, it's after 10 o'clock. Somebody tell us something.
So
Thank you.
as I understand it, and I don't know what we've looked into a couple different options of the roof. You have the three primaries, the full tear off, which is not necessary and would create a headache for everybody. The middle road is a roof over. There's only one layer of roofing up there. You could roof over with the new system, but that would be more expensive and maybe get you a longer warranty. My recommendation at this point would be a fluid applied, a polyurethane that you can go over, and there's two options. You can do a fluid apply that would give you a 10-year warranty, somewhere in the $9 to $12 square foot range, or you could do there's another version of that system that could give you a 20-year warranty, but that increases the cost. And the benefit of the 10-year system is in 10 years, you can go back and do another top coat and get another 10 years for less than doing the 20-year now. So you're getting a 10-year with the option of an additional 10-year for less money than you would to do the 20-year now or the roof over now. So that would be my recommendation.
Sounds like you recommend to do the 10-year.
Yes.
Okay.
So
The fluid applied.
How much is the 10-year?
It's a $9 to $12 square foot range. So $270,000 to $360,000.
So I'm confused now. How does that fit in with what they decided to do, which was wait? Why are we talking about spending $300,000 if they want to wait to see if they get the grant? I'm confused.
We were just presenting the alternative option for the roofing. It was part of their scope and fee to basically do an investigation to see if they could do a roof over and to do the plans and specifications to go to bid. As part of this process, Justin was able to source a company that has basically a piggyback contract. They provide this liquid roofing material and they offer a warranty. Cost was what again?
$9 to $12 a square foot. That's through the cooperative agreement through the state. If you went through with that company, we could open bid it. Maybe it's cheaper. That's just this one company. They also assisted us by doing some cores of the roof and verifying that the substrate is adequate. There's some small areas where we'd have to replace insulation, but that's negligible. 600 square feet versus 30,000 square feet. So the roof substrate is in good shape. and it's a viable option to extend the life of that roof.
But I think we've already voted. on
Yeah.
that.
We're just giving you where we are with it, basically.
370,000 now. Had we known that up front, then maybe we could have, but still spending, we got an $880,000 opportunity to only spend $190,000 on it worth the wait. So we've already voted on it right now. Okay, so I'm done.
All right. You got it. Chief Shaw. Chief Taylor. Ms. Thomas. Ms. Shank. Ms. Krantz.
Just quickly, I was asked to remind the commission that there will be a November 30th strategic planning workshop hosted by the Northeast Florida Regional Planning Council at the Ravine Garden State Park, November 30th at 5:30.
Community be invited.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's already on our.
Ms. Walsh.
You had asked a while ago about medical marijuana location requirements in our districts. Our code currently is consistent with state law, and state law says that we cannot make it more stringent than what we do for pharmacies in our code. In our code, we have no provisions for pharmacies. This is basically what it is.
So you can put a dispensary anywhere.
Yes.
Okay. And we can't restrict. Okay.
Pharmacies are provided for under our code. As I recall. They
But
don't
there's,
get some of the- some of
there's
those
no,
other
there's no locational restrictions for pharmacies or anything like that.
I mean, in proximity to each other.
Correct.
They are a permitted use in certain of our districts.
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
Yes.
But that's just of each other.
No locational.
No locational
separation
restriction.
requirements.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cutright, you got nothing, right?
Nothing to report right now.
Ms. Jones?
Nothing to report.
Mr. Jones, you got anything?
No, I do not.
Commissioner Jones, I got you, Ms. Jones. I'm staying with the Joneses. Go ahead.
I had a list, but I'm gonna condense it. But I do want to bring this before the commission as well as staff. I had the honor of riding around with a few citizens, as I stated I was gonna do. I made the recommendation that we as a commission hop aboard our bus and ride around the city. You'll be amazed at some of the stuff that I saw. And I would want the commission as a whole to see it. I would like staff to be able to ride with us, explain some of the things that we may have answers to. And I think that'll give us a better understanding of what our citizens are faced with. I literally rode just about every road in this city. And again, it's a lot of stuff that we as a city have not been doing that lacks. There are things that we are doing, but I want the commission to see what I saw, and I want us to be on the same page. I want us to hear the things and come up with plans to the solution so that we're able to move some of the things forward or get answers as to why they have not been moved forward. And that's it.
Yeah, I'm pretty privy to a lot of different things that's happening throughout the city or what have you. So again, we do have a lot of opportunities out there for staff to, making sure that what we're responsible for, that those things are being done because our taxpayers are paying for those services to be done. And it's incumbent upon us to make sure that that happens from the city manager level, the department head levels, to make sure that what the people are responsible for, they need to be doing. And some of the things that I've seen you know, they're not up to standards. And so that's where I'm at with that. Now, in terms of putting in different requests or whatever, I had the opportunity to go over to the county and they provide you with a printout. I asked for it, but I had two requests I had put in. And so this is a work order number with whatever the work request is. So that way, when I went there, I was able to have something to refer back to if I need it. And that's what I think we need with the city as it relates to when people call in for a service, whatever it may be, that the people can go back and say, hey, I came in on whatever day, I'm following up on this particular request. So we need to have these type things available from end-to-end customer service. And so I have this to share with the group, and we need to have that available. I have other, we have a number of things happening in our downtown area as well as in throughout the city, in the Middleton Plaza. And it pertains to safety, and this is serious. If you go on the 300 block, between the 300 and 400 block, right down Steamboat Willis, you will see from end to end where people are doing donuts. They're burning out from one block, from one end of the block to the next. I have video footage of it. The same thing in Middleton Plaza, the same, very same things. And I'm almost sure a lot of people who travel downtown, I know y'all should have seen it. So we gotta do some things about these particular things that's happening in the city, along with other things. Now, I'm not going to go along with some of the other things I had on my list, but to keep things short, we have work to do in the city, and I want to see those things happen.
Thank you. I just agree with my fellow commissioners that we have a lot of work to do. I think that that bus ride that Commissioner Campbell recommended needs to happen sooner than later. So whatever processes and procedures we need to put in place, I would like to see that happen. And I think that will help show our citizens that we're responding to a lot of their concerns and requests. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
I have no follow.
Mayor, I do have something. Real quickly, I'll try to be brief. A situation has arisen, and I think all of you, not really arisen, it's been in existence, and most all of you have had some observation of it involving a business at 19th and Madison. That's that John's Recycling Center where there's almost constantly a dumpster in the right of way or a car or refuse or debris or whatever. There have been a number of attempts made to ask for compliance. Recently, some no parking signs were placed northerly of the business, and we're told that maybe they're being observed, but the areas west of the business and maybe right alongside the business are still problematic. We've talked about various options for addressing them, and my recommendation, but I want to advise the commission before I got the city into litigation, is my recommendation is to go ahead and move for injunctive relief. And the reason for that is because if we were successful in getting injunctive relief and injunction, then if somebody rode by, at least documented a violation, a breach of the injunction, then you could document that and go back to court to seek remedy penalties based upon the breach. And I think it would be more effective and maybe more of a permanent resolution or solution. So that's going to be my recommendation. I realize that theoretically I've got the ability to go ahead and initiate that like I would a lien foreclosure or something. But again, personally, and my personal preference is that before getting the city into litigation, to let them know that that's what I'm about to do. So I wanted to let you know that that's of course, I'm going to ask Ms. Val to take a look at it, see if she believes that injunctive relief is going to be something that's available, and if she says yes, then that would be the course that I would intend to follow.
I'm gonna actually look at 7th and Bronson, and then look at 11th and Bronson too, where they're storing illegal metal in that facility and haven't cared for it in forever.
Okay.
Hallelujah. Prayers being answered. Many requests on that, and thank you, Jesus.
Go ahead.
Real briefly, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Real briefly, our work crew supervisors attended school Monday and Tuesday. They've been certified. They've been onboarded as part-time city employees, and we should be ready to put crews in the field next week. We've got the vehicles that they're to be using kind of serviced and ready to go, and equipment ready to go. We're having leadership training that I think I've talked to you about briefly. It'll begin in January. We have slots for 25 employees. It'll be 1 day per week for 12 weeks. I can answer questions, but I won't, for the sake of time. I'm just hitting high points and happy to go back when you'd like, whenever you'd like, talk to me. We're advised that the second of the water taxis, which we're contracted for, is now loaded on a transport, should be coming to Palatka within the next few days. I briefly alluded to the fact that we've had, as is par for this course, continual issues with not getting a certificate of insurance. We're in the process of now making sure that our own insurance would cover it so that we don't have to rely upon insurance of the transporter, get the thing down here and try to get this thing moving. Ms. Minot was here. She may not be anymore. Gone.
There you go.
I wanted to introduce her to you. She's joined our staff as a project manager, West Point graduate, senior project engineer for Boeing. I think should be a valuable addition to our staff in helping get some of our projects and grant projects moving and moving forward.
Enough 2.5 hours ago.
I'm sorry. For me too. And that's all I've got.
Mike's on. You got something?
About the Johns project. We've already spoken about it. I just want to let everybody else share it with everybody else that we were gonna put no parking signs on his side of the road. And I heard Commissioner Campbell mention the same thing. I thought, put those barricades that we had on Bronson and 20th Street in that right of way to prevent parking in that area. Because if it's the right of way, we should be able to do that. So that's what I think Ms. Walsh has tasked to do, and legal staff. So we would like to see something. So now, Don, I know you're gonna be on vacation next week, but it shouldn't stop the process from moving forward. We'd definitely like to see some action taken down there. I gave it to the city manager. He'll delegate it. That's why before he leave. Yes.
I'm just going to ask the legal to give me a read on whether she thinks we've got liability associated with putting barricades in there or concrete monuments or whatever.
That's city property. We wouldn't be able to put barricades in.
Hey, yeah. So can y'all discuss this tomorrow among yourself? All right.
Mayor,
Not tonight.
may I say happy birthday next week to Commissioner Jones and HR Jones?
Wow, the Jones.
Happy birthday to the Joneses. Anything else, Jones? If not, we'll stand adjourned.
Ms. Val, have a good flight.